Chapter 1331. Thus, the monkey successfully joined the group. Lub Wachin had been beaten up and severely threatened. Since then, he had learned his lesson. He was much more diligent in carrying the burden. After almost being kicked out of the Journey to the West team, he became closer to Qin Feng. Every time he came for a meal, he would first give it to Qin Feng, followed by Tang Sanzang and the monkey. Lub Wachin knew very well that the longer he stayed in this group, the more light from providence and merit he would obtain. The later he left, the more benefits he would receive. Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong also understood this point. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not allow them to continue benefiting from a group. The reason why they endured was firstly because of Qin Feng's face. Secondly, the monkey really did not want to carry the burden. The monkey, the great sage, heaven's equal, carrying a burden for a monk. With a monkey's arrogant personality, it was definitely impossible for him to do so. Along the way, they were all in the wilderness. There was no lack of people who did not give up and try to join the group. Qin Feng and the monkey looked on coldly and did not stop them. The journey to the west was not a tourist journey. It was filled with tribulations. Even Qin Feng and the monkey, two Tao lords, might not be able to reach the end. Not to mention these cultivators with ulterior motives. When they reached the Snake Mountain, the group became 7 to 8 people. One of Lub Wachin's legs was crippled, so it was a little troublesome for him to carry the burden. Now that there were more people, he simply picked a sturdy person to replace him. He focused on recovering from his injuries. Tang Sanzang, Qin Feng, and Sun Wukong were all great cultivators. Their true speed was not a problem for them to travel 1,000 miles in a day. However, this journey to the west could only be traversed step by step. They could not use their divine abilities to travel. Even so, the group was not slow. Half a month later, they entered the Snake Mountain at the beginning of winter. At this moment, it was the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. The north wind was cold and the ice was slippery. They were going through steep cliffs, rugged roads, and steep mountains. Tang Sanzang was riding on a horse. Fortunately, the horse had extraordinary magical powers and strong muscles and bones. Otherwise, how would they be able to climb over the extremely steep mountain ridge? Qin Feng noticed one thing. As they walked further and further away, Tang Sanzang's Buddhist aura seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, as if he had transformed into a mortal body. Riding on the horse, he actually looked a little out of breath. Qin Feng wanted to ask several times, but he couldn't find a chance. After traveling on a rugged mountain path, Tang Sanzang suddenly pulled on the reins and raised his head. From afar, the sound of water could be heard. "Where is this place?" Fatigue was written all over his face, and he looked a little pale. "Elder, this is the serpent coiling mountain and the eagle's sorrowful stream." Someone in the group replied. Tang Sanzang raised his head and saw that the Ingqiu ravine in front of him was incomparably majestic. A huge cold wave seemed to pass through the clouds, and a huge light of water swept down majestically. It was the 1,000-feet wave splashing broken jade, a puddle of water roaring clear wind. Flowing back to the vast expanse of smoke and waves, the gulls and herons forget each other, not fishing together. Seeing such a scene, Tang Sanzang's face turned slightly pale. Monkey's fiery golden eyes flashed as he saw this scene. However, he didn't care about the white-faced monk's life or death, although the monk in front of him seemed to be a key figure in the journey to the west. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Tang Sanzang treated him well, especially when it came to many Buddhist scriptures. Not only did the two of them have the friendship of preaching the Tao, but they had also spent the past few days together. Qin Feng realized that although Tang Sanzang's personality was a little cold, he was actually extremely gentle deep down. Although he had forcefully chased away a group of people who had joined the Journey to the West team, he was actually trying to save those people. He knew that the journey to the West was extremely dangerous, and he didn't want those people to die for it. "I'm fine." Tang Sanzang shook his head slightly. However, there was a hint of weakness in his voice. Many people could sense that something was wrong with him. "What do you mean you're fine?" Monk, if I'm not wrong, you should have suffered a huge injury just now. It seems that you were injured by the dragon race. Your Sarira is already on the verge of shattering. Monkey chuckled at the side. What? How could this be? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Tang Sanzang smiled faintly and shook his head. Junior brother, you don't have to worry about me. This is normal. It's not just because I helped His Majesty Taizong suppress the erosion of the Netherworld's dragon Shi and was injured before. It's more because I'm the main protagonist of the journey to the west. Anyone can take the journey to the west, but as the main protagonist, I will be the main body and bear the backlash of the journey to the west. The 5 decays of heaven and man, and losing my cultivation is just one of the insignificant side effects. There's such a thing. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. To lose one's cultivation while traveling to the west, this was simply too terrifying. As for you guys, the handsome monk on the horse looked around at everyone and smiled. You don't have to worry. The one who needs to worry is me. Apart from me, although you will also be affected by the aftermath of the 5 decays of heaven and man, I will bear most of it. Moreover, with your cultivation, you can still bear this level of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Even if there are some side effects, you can still get through it. The 5 decays of heaven and man. Qin Feng was secretly awed. It was no wonder that as soon as he entered the journey to the west, the feelings of many mortals returned. Not only did they become hungry, but they also became drowsy. Even the emotions of some mortals were quietly magnified. As the main protagonist of the journey to the west, I can't die. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Junior Brother and Almsgiver's son from now on. Tang Sanzang dismounted and bowed respectfully to everyone. Qin Feng and Monkey looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Tang Sanzang was right. If Tang Sanzang, the main protagonist of the journey to the west, died, no one would be able to withstand the backlash on the journey to the west. It would probably fall on everyone else. Tang Sanzang was the 3rd disciple of Gautama Buddha of West Earth Spirit Mountain. He had immeasurable merit and had reincarnated 10 times. That was why he could withstand the shocking backlash on the journey to the west. If not for Tang Sanzang, the backlash would have surged over. Regardless of whether it was Qin Feng or the monkey, they would have instantly turned into dust under the 5 decay of the celestial being. The journey to the west is actually so dangerous. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a thorny problem. He had rashly joined the journey to the west team, but he didn't expect such a dangerous situation to occur. However, he relaxed slightly. Fortunately, there's still a way out. If anything happens to Tang Sanzang, I'll immediately withdraw from the journey to the west. Qin Feng made up his mind. Moreover, Tang Sanzang didn't seem to die so easily. He had the protection of the 3 treasures of West Earth's Spirit Mountain, the 9-ringed monk's staff, the brocade kasaya, and the pillow hat. Even if Tang Sanzang became immortal, he wouldn't die easily with the protection of these 3 treasures. Rumble. While he was deep in thought, a terrifying watery glow appeared in the eagle's grieving stream at the foot of Snake Mountain. The weather changed as a vast watery glow appeared and swept across the land. More than half of Snake Mountain was submerged in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expression changed as they used their means to resist the huge wave that suddenly appeared. When the huge wave finally receded, Qin Feng and Monkey discovered with ugly expressions that Tang Sanzang seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 1332. It's an evil dragon. Qin Feng and Monkey looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a trace of fierceness. Just now, an evil dragon had appeared in the water and swallowed Tang Sanzang and the white horse. Other than Qin Feng and Monkey, as well as the stronger Lu Buqin, everyone else had fallen into the dragon's mouth and became snacks. In a flash, the 2 of them appeared at the side of the agonizing eagle stream. Lad, this stream is bottomless and filled with countless living beings. It's really not convenient for me to do anything. I can only trouble you to lure it out and wait for me to beat it to death. Monkey's ferocious eyes were filled with awkwardness. Monkey was helpless. If it was any other place, he would definitely cause the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. A mere stream was nothing. But now, Tang Sanzang had been swallowed by the evil dragon. If things went wrong, Tang Sanzang might be beaten to death as well. If he entered the stream, he might not be able to save Tang Sanzang safely. This is just a small matter. Qin Feng turned around and landed in the depths of the endless stream behind him. That little dragon thinks that we can't do anything to it after swallowing everyone and hiding in the stream. You must know that it's daydreaming. With a smile, Qin Feng made a grabbing motion with his hand. It was visible to the naked eye. The boundless water in the stream suddenly disappeared, and a pitch-black ball of water appeared in Qin Feng's hand. At this moment, the boundless water in the entire stream was in his hand. In the depths of the stream, a huge, evil dragon appeared in his eyes. Good move. To go from Hotian to Xiantian with just a thought, all the water fell into your palm. In this world, there are probably not many who can surpass you in terms of the great Tao of water. Monkey looked deeply at Qin Feng. His gaze landed in the depths of the stream, and a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. His body descended like a stream of light. Qin Feng's expression did not change. In the next moment, a furious and fearful dragon roar came from the depths of the stream. The wails of the dragon race shook the stream. In the depths of the stream, large pieces of stone fell off like tofu. A moment later, a crazy white dragon flew out from the depths of the stream and crashed to the ground. Countless of the white dragon's scales were broken, and not a single inch of its flesh was intact. Its mouth was wide open, and its huge dragon eyes were filled with fear, pleading, regret, unwillingness, anger, and many other emotions. Qin Feng appeared above the dragon's mouth in a flash. He saw the monkey holding the Rui Jingu Bang against the dragon's mouth, while one of his hands reached into the dragon's abdomen. After a brief moment, he grabbed a ball of golden light. The golden light fell, and within the brilliance, a handsome monk appeared. He was wearing a brocade cassock, and on the cassock, there were countless golden and formless pure divine light of Buddha protecting his body like flowing water. He held a 9-ringed monk's staff in his hand, and the aura of no calamity and no calamity dissipated. This monk was none other than Tang Sanzang. At this moment, he opened his eyes and suddenly saw Qin Feng not far away. Junior brother. He stood up and clasped his hands together. Qin Feng sized up Tang Sanzang. His gaze fell on the Kasaya on Tang Sanzang's body, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This was an unparalleled treasure. The white horse and the few cultivators who had fallen into the dragon's stomach had all been digested. Only the monk was still alive with the help of this brocade cassock. Seeing that Tang Sanzang had rescued them, the monkey's eyes flashed fiercely. He immediately wanted to poke a few holes in the white dragon from head to tail and beat it to death. Great sage, please spare my life. Great sage, please spare my life. Seeing the ferocious look in the monkey's eyes, the white dragon immediately begged for mercy. You know me, old son. The monkey's face darkened, and he stopped what he was doing. However, the ferocious look in his eyes did not diminish. The white dragon was shocked. He did not dare to delay, and quickly revealed his identity. Great sage, I am the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Great sage, you wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace 500 years ago, and all the heavenly generals and heavenly venerables retreated. I have known you for a long time, so I naturally know you. I hope that great sage will spare me on account of my father, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Dragon King of the West Sea? The monkey's eyes flashed fiercely, and he had some thoughts in his mind. In the depths of the void of the eldritch world, the forces were intertwined. The two most powerful forces were Buddhism and Taoism. The 10 great Buddhas of Buddhism shook the eldritch world. In Taoism, there were 12 Tao ancestors. Their influence was not inferior to Buddhism. Many Buddha and Tao ancestors were high and mighty. Although they did not interfere in the affairs of the world, there were still existences that stabilized the world. Although the other forces were not as powerful as the two major forces, they also had 3 Tao ancestors. Among the three Tao ancestors, one of them was from the dragon race. Although the golden immortal who proved the strength of the dragon race was only an acquired golden immortal and Tao ancestor, he was still feared by others. The Tao ancestor was indestructible, and everyone below the Tao ancestor was an ant. Although the monkey had a strong backing and was even born in the dojo of a Tao ancestor and was a direct disciple, he still had to be wary of the Tao ancestor's reputation. Thunder Tao ancestor? Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Among the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors in the various heavens, Thunder Tao ancestor was younger. He was a Tao ancestor who had just attained his Tao. He had fused with the acquired Thunder Tao seed. His dojo was in the Thundercloud Taoist Palace in the cave state above the EC. Although he was a acquired Tao ancestor and was not as prominent as the few connate Tao ancestors in Buddhism and Taoism, the dragon race of the four seas under him was not to be underestimated. Ao was listed as the dragon son of the West Sea and could be said to be a direct descendant of the dragon race. The monkey had to consider him. However, the monkey was arrogant and ferocious. He also had a Tao ancestor behind him, and it was a connate Tao ancestor. The thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before his ferocious nature erupted. He was ready to kill the white dragon with a single blow. "Great sage, leave him alive." At that moment, Qin Feng's voice sounded. The monkey stopped swinging his staff and looked at Qin Feng with a pair of fiery eyes that were filled with hostility. Qin Feng didn't mind and said, "Senior brother's white horse has been swallowed. He has to change to a new mount. I think the white dragon is quite suitable." With that said, Qin Feng ignored the monkey's narrowed gaze. "White dragon, you can be willing to carry Venerable Sanzang on your westward journey to seek the scriptures." The white dragon, was a little unwilling. He had come to this remote, eagle-grieving stream not only to get rid of the marriage alliance at the Emerald Ripple Pool. More importantly, he had heard that the journey to the west was about to begin. If he could devour the person seeking the scriptures, not only would he be able to obtain a portion of the path's providence, but he would also be able to obtain the complete merit and providence of the person seeking the scriptures. As the third disciple of Gautama Buddha, the Golden Cicada Master of Mystical Mountain had astonishing merit and providence. He was famous throughout the entire Western Paradise. Even some half-step Buddha ancestors in the Buddhist Pure Land paled in comparison to the Golden Cicada Master. In particular, he had reincarnated 10 times and gathered a huge amount of merit and providence. With his providence, he could easily become a Tao Lord, let alone a Tao ancestor. Now, he could not eat Tang Sanzang's flesh and had to be his mount. How could the West Sea Dragon Crown Prince be willing? Seeing the white dragon's unwilling expression, Qin Feng sneered and said to the monkey, "Great sage, since he is unwilling, give him a blow and send him to the Western Paradise." Chapter 1333. Monkey understood, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Slow down, slow down. I agree. White Dragon was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly expressed his stance, afraid that he would be killed if he was too slow. Little Dragon, at least you know what's good for you. Monkey sneered and stopped the Jingu Bang beside him. The White Dragon stood up and glanced at Tang Sanzang. With a twist of his dragon body, he transformed into a white-robed young master. His eyes glanced at Qin Feng and the monkey unwillingly, especially Qin Feng. If not for Qin Feng's terrifying water control technique, he would not have lost so badly. "All right, give me a copy of your West Sea Dragon Palace's inheritance." At that moment, Qin Feng spoke again. "Don't you go too far." White Dragon was furious. Inheritance was the foundation of a sect and was extremely precious. How could he be willing to hand it over so easily? "Kid, what do you want this dragon race's cultivation technique for?" Sun Wukong looked at Qin Feng in surprise. A Tao Lord would not covet the cultivation techniques of other factions. "Great sage, you don't have to look at me. I'm an itinerant cultivator from a small sect. The more cultivation techniques, the better." After saying that, Qin Feng looked at White Dragon. "Are you giving it to me or not?" Qin Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. In fact, Qin Feng was interested in the Tao validation techniques in the primordial world. He hoped to find some tricks to the Tao validation techniques. I'll give it to you, okay? White Dragon was a little frightened and felt wronged. He threw a stream of light into Qin Feng's hand. In a flash, he turned into a white horse and hurried in front of Tang Sanzang, like a frightened child who finally found a backer. Looking at the white horse, Tang Sanzang frowned and looked at Qin Feng and Monkey. Can I not ride it? Qin Feng and Monkey. From an extremely handsome man to a horse, Tang Sanzang probably had a shadow in his heart. Senior brother, bear with it. Riding a horse is better than riding a monkey. Qin Feng stepped forward to comfort her after putting away the Dragon Clan's inheritance that he had obtained. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang raised his eyebrows. The monkey was infuriated. It glared at Qin Feng with a pair of ferocious golden eyes. Its gaze was somewhat unfriendly. This bastard was too hateful. What do you mean by riding a horse is better than riding a monkey? That's true. Tang Sanzang nodded his head and mounted the horse. He squeezed the horse's belly, and the white horse let out a neigh before quickly galloping into the distance. Seeing Tang Sanzang like this, Monkey felt stifled. Qin Feng chuckled and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing Lu Buqin in a daze at the side, the monkey immediately bared its teeth and its fierce eyes flickered. What are you looking at? You're not being honest. If you keep looking around, old son, will give you a good beating. Lu Buqin shuddered and didn't dare to look anymore. He picked up the luggage that he had rescued from the dragon's belly. The luggage had been tossed around in the dragon's stomach, and most of it had already rotted. However, the customs clearance document and the purple gold alms bowl had not been digested, so they were quite light. The group continued on their journey. 2 months passed. Just as Qin Feng had completely digested the West Sea Dragon race's inheritance. They passed by a temple on this day. Guanyin Temple. At this moment, the Buddhist aura on Tang Sanzang's body had almost completely disappeared. It was completely visible to the naked eye. Just nice. It's getting late today. We're tired from all the traveling and can stay here for the night. We've arrived at the Guanyin Temple. Qin Feng's attention, which had been diverted from comprehending, immediately returned. The West Sea Dragon race's inheritance was extensive and profound. Although the West Sea Dragon Crown Prince did not obtain the complete inheritance and only obtained a portion of the cultivation techniques below the Tao Lord level, it still benefited him greatly. His Tao techniques became more profound and pure. His immortal aura and Buddhist aura merged. He seemed to have an aura that was different from that of an immortal or a Buddhist bodhisattva. It seemed like he had both, but also not both. It seemed like he could complete the final transformation and breakthrough at any time. The Buddhist aura in the Guanyin Temple is rich, and there are many accomplished cultivators inside. They should have a complete Buddhist inheritance. I can snatch it and study the Buddhist Tao as a reference for my Tao validation dermic formulations. Qin Feng looked at the magnificent temple with a ferocious glint in his eyes. The Tao validation dermic formulations in the other world would be beneficial for his Tao integration. He could draw inferences and strengthen his divine powers. If he could become a Tao ancestor or a Buddhist ancestor in the other world, he could avoid having to sever 3 lifetimes. Where did this demon come from? How dare he be so arrogant and come to the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Tao temple? How arrogant! Take him down. Junior brothers, subdue the demons and protect the Tao. Slay the demon. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the temple, a group of murderous monks ran out of the temple. Beams of Buddhist light appeared, and with a thought, Sanskrit chants sounded. They stepped on golden lotuses, and a glass golden body appeared. Slay the demon? Monkey's expression turned gloomy. He was a connate essence embryo and was born with the Tao of strength. He was born as an innate saint. When he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the immortals and emperors of the heavenly courts did not dare to call him a demon. There was a fluctuation in the void as the Jingu Bang smashed into the ground. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. An intense and powerful energy fluctuation spread out, Crack! Crack! The monks who were shouting felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer as they fell to the ground. They vomited blood and stared at Monkey in horror. In the depths of the temple, a few kind-looking old monks heard the commotion and ran out of the temple. When they saw the pile of disciples on the ground, their expressions turned sullen. They were about to fly into a rage when they saw the fiend with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth at the entrance. They immediately shut their mouths. Although some of the monks had attained Arhat Buddhahood and were famous in West Earth, they knew their limits. They were definitely no match for the terrifying fiend with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth. They swept their gazes across the others, especially when they saw Tang Sanzang. Their eyes lit up. This was especially so for the current Guan Yin Monastery's monastery head, Elder Jin Shi. He stared at Tang Sanzang with his eyes wide open like huge light bulbs. He was like a brothel patron who had seen a top prostitute. Tang Sanzang could not take that lecherous gaze any longer, but he forced himself to remain calm. Elder Jin Shi was not like the other young monks. He knew what was good for him. This elder had a hobby, which was to collect Buddhist treasures, especially kasayas and the like. With just a glance, he could tell that Tang Sanzang's embroidered kasaya was not ordinary, especially the various Buddhist treasures embedded on it. There were jadeite, agate, wind, calming beads, wish beads, and relics. This was simply flaunting his wealth, making Elder Jin Shi unable to remain calm. Elder Jin Shi had taken a fancy to Tang Sanzang's embroidered kasaya. Little did he know that there were also people who were staring at the old monks with shining eyes. What a pure Buddhist aura. As expected of Guan Yin Bodhisattva's Tao Monastery, there must be Buddhist true teachings inside. If I snatch you guys, I will be close to attaining the Tao and becoming a Buddha. Qin Feng stared at the old monks and chuckled. The old monks did not know that bandits had already arrived. They only knew how to stare at Tang Sanzang, the rich monk, and stare at his kasaya. Tang Sanzang stepped forward and expressed his intentions with just a few words. The bunch of monks from Guan Yin Monastery with ulterior motives welcomed Tang Sanzang and his group into the monastery under Elder Jin Shi's lead. Chapter 1334. At night, old monk Jin Shi chatted with Tang Sanzang. Qin Feng quietly went to the depths of the temple. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" In the air, a voice suddenly rang out beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His divine will scanned for a moment, and it landed on a mosquito beside him. 72 transformations. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. There was a flash of light. As expected, the monkey appeared beside Qin Feng. His golden eyes stared at Qin Feng. "Kid, ever since I entered the Guanyin Temple, I've noticed that you've been acting suspiciously. What are you trying to do?" The monkey's ferocious eyes flickered with a hint of loneliness and suspicion. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat amused. He had forgotten that apart from fighting, this monkey's greatest interest and hobby was stealing. At the same time, Qin Feng was also curious. The 72 transformations were really mysterious. Even he did not notice how the monkey got close to him. There was no fluctuation in the void. It was truly like an ordinary mosquito. There were no flaws in its structure or soul aura. This already involved a portion of the mysteries of level 16 void creation. If I can learn this mystique, perhaps I'll have a clearer understanding of the mysteries of a rank 16 over God. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Qin Feng did not hide anything. Let's take a look around and see if there are any treasures in this temple. Treasures? This Guanyin temple is just an ordinary temple of a bodhisattva in the mortal realm. What good things can there be? The monkey pursed his lips. He looked around with his fiery eyes and shook his head. This monkey seemed to be a habitual thief, and a picky one at that. Clearly, he did not care for the meager wealth of the Guanyin temple. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I can't compare to a great sage. I'm a direct disciple of a Tao ancestor. I was born in a small sect. Although I inherited the legacy of an ancient Tao lord and cultivated a body of divine skills, I have no way to attain Tao. No one can help me. I can only help myself. Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the courtyard. The monkey shook his head and muttered, "What a tasteless fellow." As a Dao monarch, he actually dared to steal from a mere small sect that doesn't amount to anything. Clearly, he didn't think highly of Qin Feng's actions. Ignoring Qin Feng's actions, he turned around and headed straight for the meditation room. After experiencing the incident of Tang Sanzang being swallowed, the monkey was much more concerned about Tang Sanzang's safety. At this moment, in a Buddhist kingdom filled with boundless light, the Gautama Buddha, the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, was startled from his meditation. Above the Buddha, one's body was one with the great Tao. Billions of voids and boundless eternal sands were all within one's thoughts. Moreover, the Guanyin Monastery was one of the dojos of the righteous Buddha in the mortal world. How could his every move be hidden from this Buddhist patriarch? Even the greed of Elder Jin Shi was within the Buddhist patriarch's thoughts. The calamity in the Guanyin Monastery was naturally within the Buddhist patriarch's sights. However, in the eyes of the radiant Buddha, the monk of the Guanyin Monastery didn't cultivate merit and blindly took things by force. He even distorted her scriptures and smeared the name of Buddhism. He had long lost the benevolence of a monk. Originally, she wasn't prepared to interfere in this calamity and let it perish on its own. However, she had seen Qin Feng sneaking into the relic pagoda in the depths of the Guanyin Monastery. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words. What a good way to say that others don't help you, but help yourself. Fine, I'll form good karma with you. As for how far you can go, it's up to you. The radiant Buddha's red lips parted slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her hazy eyes. She extended her jade-like finger, and a stream of light flew out from the world of boundless light and suddenly disappeared into the depths of the void. Beside her, the child of wealth and the dragon lady served her. They had some understanding of the Buddhist patriarch's thoughts. A Tao lord, one that was about to enter the Buddhist monasteries, was worthy of being roped in by the radiant Buddha. One had to know that even in West Earth's Buddhism's numinous mountain, which was known as the 10 Great Buddhas, there were many factions fighting among them. The radiant Buddha had just attained his Tao and was a postnatal Buddha. To date, he didn't have a single half-step Buddha under him. He could be said to be the weakest among the 10 Great Buddhas. The Guanyin Monastery was a famous Buddhist monastery in a radius of thousands of kilometers. It was filled with treasured temples and pagodas. There were many devotees and many good people sent to the monastery to cultivate. There were countless secular disciples. Naturally, there were good and bad people mixed together. The back mountain was a forest of pagodas, the place where generations of eminent monks passed away. Due to the offerings of so many good people, the forest of pagodas was exceptionally spectacular. Many devout Buddhas were cultivating diligently. Qin Feng entered the back mountain directly. The many experts of the Guanyin Monastery couldn't discover his tracks at all. After entering the back mountain, Qin Feng set his sights on the largest relic pagoda. This forest of pagodas was surrounded by restrictive formations, but they weren't enough to stop a Tao lord. Qin Feng entered in the blink of an eye. The interior of this pagoda was extremely large and extraordinarily grand. The scent of sandalwood filled the air, and Buddhist chants filled the air. This seemed to be the Sutra Pavilion of the Guanyin Monastery. There were countless scriptures within. Qin Feng swept it with his gaze, and a look of delight appeared on his face. With a sweep of his divine sense, he activated the power of the sovereign space. The many scriptures were instantly absorbed by Qin Feng's divine sense, and they were stored within his sea of consciousness. Deep within the sovereign space, within a separate library, one Buddhist scripture after another began to appear. There were quite a few libraries like this in the sovereign space. Every time Qin Feng went to a new world, he would carve out an enormous library to store the many books and records that had been born in that world. There were all sorts of books and records. Qin Feng had always believed that knowledge was the most direct indicator of a world's development, and that knowledge would change with time. Qin Feng's main method of comprehending the 3 lives lay in this aspect. From the changes in history, he could summarize the past, grasp the present, and peek into the future. The 3,000 Buddhist scriptures that Tang Sanzang had previously spoken of were now perfectly preserved in this library, serving as the foundation for the sovereign's deductions. Now that he had replenished these Buddhist scriptures, Qin Feng was naturally overjoyed. He didn't care about anything, no matter how high or low it was. As long as he had it, he would take it all. Outside this enormous pagoda, there were many relics of eminent monks. Ordinary people could refine these relics and increase their Buddhist power, but Qin Feng didn't care about them at all. With a few steps, he reached the top of the pagoda. The fewer scriptures there were, the more valuable they became. Qin Feng didn't care about anything else and copied them all. At the top, Qin Feng's expression changed. He saw 3 supreme treasures floating in midair under the gaze of the golden body. The Buddhist light there was dense, as though it was under the gaze of the golden body of the Buddha. Qin Feng could see an immense power of the Buddhist light, as though a trace of the Tao of heaven and earth had descended. The one in the lead was a relic that emitted a boundless white Buddhist light. Within that relic, Qin Feng could sense an immense power. This was definitely a relic that was born after a Bodhisattva realm expert passed away. It could be said to be a supreme treasure of Buddhism. Qin Feng had previously heard that this Guanyin monastery was created by the reincarnation of a Bodhisattva of Guanyin Bodhisattva. It should be a relic left behind after the Bodhisattva's Dharma body passed away. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, not looking at it anymore. He couldn't touch this relic. After all, he didn't have the backing of the monkey to offend a mystical mountain Buddha. Next was a milky white jade vase, followed by a page of Buddhist scriptures. Qin Feng's gaze landed on that page of Buddhist scriptures. I realized that my back is sore after sitting for so long. The author doesn't have a girlfriend yet, but his back is already sore. I've been training for a while now, so I'm a little late. Chapter 1335. Qin Feng approached the Buddhist scripture. There were no restrictions on this page of Buddhist scripture, so Qin Feng easily took it in his hand. However, the strange thing was that this page of Buddhist scripture was not a pure Buddhist scripture as he had imagined. Most importantly, it was a cultivation method outside of Buddhism. Moreover, it was a water elemental Tao validation technique that suited him perfectly. Gongong's 14 chapters of Tao validation. Qin Feng's expression changed. This cultivation method was recorded by the ancient water elemental Tao ancestor, Gongong. The ancient water elemental Tao ancestor, Gongong, was born in the witch tribe and was one of the oldest first-generation witch tribe. Later on, he fought with the fire elemental Tao ancestor, Zhurong, because of the great Tao competition, causing Zhou Mountain to collapse and the heavenly pillar to collapse, turning into Mount Buzhou. The heavenly river hung upside down, causing billions of lives to be plunged into misery and suffering. It caused a third-step Tao ancestor to take action. The 2 Tao ancestors were suppressed and killed by the Khanate Tao ancestor, Taiching sect master. After that, this water elemental Tao validation technique was lost. Who would have thought that it would strangely appear in the Buddhist scripture pavilion of the Guanyin monastery? In addition to the cultivation method, this page of Buddhist scripture also contains some extremely exquisite Buddhist teachings. Qin Feng knew at a glance that this was the true inheritance of Mount Numinous Buddhism. Slightly putting down this page of Buddhist scripture, Qin Feng's expression became slightly serious. Of course, he was not stupid. He definitely would not believe that such a precious Tao validation technique would coincidentally appear in the sect founded by an ordinary bodhisattva like the Guanyin monastery. Tao validation techniques were extremely precious, especially a complete technique that led directly to Tao integration. Its value was almost immeasurable. If this technique were to appear in the world, not to mention an ordinary water elemental cultivator, even to the Buddhist ancestors and Tao ancestors above the heavens, it would have extraordinary value, especially those Tao ancestors who wanted to merge with the opposite Tao seed. At the 16th level Tao ancestor realm, Buddhist ancestor realm, those Tao ancestors mastered a great Tao and were almost immortal. Even if the universe was destroyed, they would not be affected by myriad tribulations. At worst, they could just reopen the universe. However, if they wanted to enter the 17th level, they had to merge with another innate great Tao. This innate Tao had to be the opposite of the Tao that was merged with the previous Tao. It might not be the opposite of the Tao, but it had to be the opposite. For example, the yin-yang Tao seed, the chaos Tao seed, the nirvana Tao seed, and the others were all possible. After fusing with the opposite Tao seed, it would become another life and death, which meant that it could not be killed. It was an extremely difficult step. Very few Tao fathers and Buddhist patriarchs in the wilderness could take this step. Furthermore, some post-celestial Tao ancestors had to believe in going against the innate heavens and elevating their own Taos into innate Taos. For example, the Tao of thunder had sublimated into the Tao seed of yang. The yin-yang great Tao was one of the connate great Taos. On the primitive continent, there were only 49 connate great Taos. Among them were the 5 manifestations of connate: Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Chi. Innate terminations: slaughter, destroy, freeze, silence. Innate universe: Yuzhou. Innate illusionary reality: 5 elements: Taishu. Pre-celestial 5 fortunes: destiny, annihilation, doom, calamity, and interception. Innate 5 virtues: saint virtue, moral virtue, merit virtue, een virtue, and fortune virtue. Innate transcendence: life and death, nirvana. Innate beginning and end: primal chaos, origin, unification, nihility. Innate creation: yin-yang, creation. Innate laws: force e dhyana, karma. If the post-celestial Tao ancestors wanted to advance further, they had to first ascend to an innate Tao ancestor. However, this step stumped many post-celestial Tao ancestors and Buddhist patriarchs. For example, the Radiant Buddha was a post-celestial Radiant Buddha, that fused with the Tao of light. If she wanted to advance further, she would have to elevate her Tao of light into the yin-yang Tao seed or Tai Chu Tao seed. However, everyone knew that the current innate yin-yang Tao ancestor was the Tai Ching sect master of Tai Ching Heaven's 8 Visions Palace. If she wanted to elevate her Tao of light into the yin-yang Tao seed, the innate yin-yang Tao ancestor would not allow her to do so. Even if she was a post-celestial Buddha and had the backing of an 18th level Buddhist ancestor, she would not be able to escape death. There was only one choice left, which was to elevate her Tao of light into the Tai Chu Tao seed. Fortunately, no Tao ancestors were born on the innate grand primordium great Tao. Otherwise, the Radiant Buddha's Tao path would be severed. Unless the innate yin-yang Tao ancestor or the innate grand primordium Tao ancestor reached the 18th level, like the first Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was rumored to have reached perfection, a new Tao ancestor would be allowed to be born. However, even without the innate grand primordium Tao ancestor, the Radiant Buddha would still have to derive a new Tao validation technique that could allow him to reach the grand primordium. Even for a Buddhist ancestor, such a derivation would take an extremely long time to complete. From this, one could see how precious a Tao validation technique was. With this technique, one could use it as a foundation to derive a water elemental Tao validation technique that was most suitable for oneself. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of the Radiant Buddha. He really spent a lot of money. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. If he were in the Radiant Buddha's shoes, he might not have spent so much money to rope in a Tao Lord who had not even taken the first step. Take it, or not. Qin Feng looked at the Buddhist scripture in his hand. There was no doubt that once he took it, he would owe a huge karma to the Radiant Buddha in the future. The karma of Tao validation was very difficult to repay. Even if he ran to the Spirit Sea realm, he would probably be entangled with karma and would have to repay it one day. However, this thought only tangled in his mind for a moment before it disappeared. Take it. He must take it. How could he not take such a good thing? This Tao validation technique of the ancient water Tao ancestor could save him several eras of searching. As for the karma that he would have to repay in the future, that was a matter for the future. He would wait until he had attained the 16th level Tao ancestor to think about other things. He cautiously sent the Buddhist scripture into the creator space for it to analyze. As this Buddhist scripture was devoured by the blazing white ball of light in the center of the creator space, the wish power of the various worlds surged into the creator space like a long river and was consumed by the creator space. The speed of consumption made even Qin Feng's heart ache. In just a moment, 1,000th of the world origin pool that had been accumulated in the past was devoured. Qin Feng's heart ached. Analyzing this Tao validation technique consumed too much of the world origin pool. Qin Feng comforted himself that it was worth it. If he were to analyze it with his own ability, he would not be able to create it without hundreds of thousands of years. Everything is for Tao validation. The corner of Qin Feng's eyes twitched. Combined with his attainments in the water element, he believed that it would not be long before the creator space could analyze a Tao validation technique that was most suitable for him. At this moment, his expression changed. He walked to the window in a few steps. Through the window of the pagoda, he could clearly see a layer of fiery red flames erupting outside Tang Sanzang's meditation room in the Guanyin Monastery. Qin Feng saw the monkey appear above the clouds. A formless and obscure dermic power protected the meditation room. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression did not change. He returned to the pagoda and prepared to use this chaos to comprehend the remaining Buddhist legacy in that Buddhist scripture page. Chapter 1336. Monkey stood on top of the meditation room as a layer of invisible light surrounded the room. He looked at the chaotic Guanyin Monastery outside the meditation room with a fierce look in his eyes. You want to burn the little monk to death silently? Dream on. Monkey chuckled coldly as a fierce look flashed in his eyes. In the past, it would have been fine if the monk died, but not now. That monk was the main character of the journey to the west. He could not let anyone have any ideas about Tang Sanzang. Elder Jin Shi thought that he had done it secretly, but he did not know that he could not escape Monkey's sharp eyes. Since you want to start a fire, I, old son, will light another fire for you and burn your entire monastery to the ground. Monkey chuckled coldly as his lips moved slightly. A strange wind and fire swept out from the ground. It was a true fire that was nurtured from the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's cauldron. The true fire followed the wind and mixed with the fire, instantly engulfing the entire monastery. Many monks were startled awake as their bodies shone with invisible Buddhist light, wanting to rush out of the meditation room. However, when they came into contact with the fire, they were instantly burned to ashes. A few old monks only managed to resist for a moment before Elder Jin Shi, including the monastery master, died under the terrifying fire. Only a few monks who had good karma were not destined to die and were spared by the monkeys. In the morning, the fire raged and more than half of the Guanyin monastery was burned. Only a few halls where the various Buddhas were worshipped were left. The rest of the monastery had been completely burned to the ground. When Tang Sanzang woke up, he saw such a scene. Tang Sanzang took a deep look at it before closing his eyes. Without a doubt, there was only one person who could do such a thing, and that was Monkey. Although he knew that many monks in the Guanyin monastery were not good people, Tang Sanzang still felt an unknown anger burning in his heart. This monkey was too despicable. How dare he be so impudent in a Buddhist monastery? Right, where's the Kasaya? Suddenly, Tang Sanzang's expression changed as he looked at Monkey with an unusually sharp gaze. Son Wukong, where's the Kasaya? Kasaya? Monkey's expression changed. Last night, Elder Jin Shi had said that he wanted to view the treasures of the Celestial Empire and question whether the four of them had any treasures. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he had lent the embroidered Kasaya to Elder Jin Shi with a flash. The monkey disappeared from the spot. Not long after, his figure reappeared, his eyes flashing with rage. Tang Sanzang clearly knew the result. He closed his eyes, and his Zen heart shook violently. The deeper he went on the path to heaven to the west, the more the Buddhist power in his body weakened, and the more important his three treasures became. He couldn't afford to lose it. After a long while, Tang Sanzang finally calmed his anger and calmed his Zen mind. He looked at the monkey and said in a low voice, "Monkey, that Kasaya is of great importance. It's my protective treasure. Not only can it resist a part of the 5 decay of celestial beings, but it can also protect my Dharmakaya. You can't lose it. You must take it back. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't have any chance of passing the journey to the west to heaven." Bang! The Rui Jingu Bang landed heavily on the ground. The monkey didn't make a sound, but there was a violent rage in his eyes. He instantly disappeared from the spot. Lu Buqin, protect the monk. If anything happens to the monk, I'll break every bone in your body. With a cold and emotionless voice, the monkey's figure disappeared into the distance. Lu Buqin, who appeared from the other meditation room, felt a chill all over his body. As the monkey left, he felt a strange power that had been suppressing his recovery disappear from his bones. His severed arm and leg quickly recovered. Lu Buqin knew that the monkey had let him go. In the pagoda, the monkey went out to look for the thief who had stolen the embroidered Kasaya. Qin Feng's breakthrough was fast approaching. Using the chief god space and the support of the world origin force of several large worlds, the chief god space quickly combined the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait and Chaos Star Art that Qin Feng had cultivated, as well as the Gonggong water element proving 14 writings that he had just obtained, as well as a part of the Buddhist heritage passed down by the Buddha of Light. He created a Buddhist water element cultivation method that was most suitable for him. Although this cultivation method was not perfect and had been evolved by the world origin force of countless worlds, it could only be cultivated to the Buddha realm at most. As for the cultivation after the Buddha realm, it was still being perfected. However, for Qin Feng, it was enough. 12th grade, White Lotus Proving Art. This was the name that Qin Feng had given to this cultivation method that he had just created. As it circulated, the immortal force in his body gradually began to transform into a white and substantial Buddhist power. A strong flame appeared on his body, like blooming white lotuses. In the center of his sea of consciousness, countless Buddhist qualities condensed and gradually turned into a relic the size of a grain of rice. Endless Buddhist power poured in, and at that moment, the relic grew to the size of a pigeon egg. This was the peak of the Arhat realm. In the next moment, it gradually changed, and a huge golden body with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes and 3 heads appeared. Surging Buddhist light entered, and the huge golden body gradually condensed into a substantial form. This was the Arhat golden body. In the next moment, this golden body collided to the extreme, and a fierce divine fire was born from the golden body, suddenly incinerating the golden body. Countless white lights were born from the incinerated ground, and the sound of Sanskrit chanting resounded throughout the pagoda forest of the Guanyin Monastery. It spread to the foot of the Guanyin Monastery, and in the eyes of countless people on both sides of the river, and even to the Black Wind Ridge. Countless people at the foot of the monastery could see with their naked eyes a golden Buddha with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes descending into their dreams, turning into white lotuses and turning them into Buddhas. Endless Buddhist light soared into the sky, and the Sanskrit chanting Buddhist light seemed to have completely converted the place. In the Guanyin Monastery, traces of vitality appeared on the charred ground that was burned by the divine fire, and not even a blade of grass grew. After a moment, a mighty force swept over, and the charred monastery and palaces rapidly recovered under the white Buddhist light. Boundless sentient beings vow to transcend. Endless troubles vow to sever. Boundless Dharma vow to learn. Supreme Buddhist vow to succeed. The Bodhisattva realm has been achieved. Junior brother is indeed wise, to be able to transform into the Bodhisattva realm with a single thought. In the few remaining monasteries in the monastery, Tang Sanzang suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was filled with shock, but more than that, it was filled with joy. At this moment, the void in all directions trembled. At this moment, in the spirit mountain of the west, in the countless worlds, many arhats, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas had already sensed the intense changes, and all of them looked in the direction of the Black Wind Ridge in surprise. In the western Pure Land of Bliss, on the Spirit Mountain, the Buddhas could sense that a new Buddhist supremacy was born in the Pure Land of Bliss, and it shook the world in all directions. In the Central Plains, the ancient immortals in the various grotto heavens also looked in this direction. An expert sighed inwardly. Another bodhisattva of Buddhism has been born. I didn't expect that such an expert would be born when the journey to the West has just begun, and the rise of Buddhism has yet to be revealed. Chapter 1337. It's that kid. Above the clouds on Black Wind Ridge, the monkey looked at the Guanyin monastery in shock. He was no stranger to that familiar aura. He's just a bodhisattva. Among the many grotto heavens, many powerful immortals sneered with disdain. At this moment, from the depths of the pagoda of the Guanyin monastery, a majestic Buddhist voice, like the roar of a lion, reverberated. The sneering faces of the crowd froze and turned pale with shock. If I attain the supreme Bodhi and attain enlightenment, the Buddhist temple I reside in will be immeasurable and inconceivable. There will be no hell, no hungry ghosts, no beasts, and no wriggling creatures. All living beings, the flaming Malua world, the three evil Tao, I will be reborn. Be transformed by my Dharma. Become Anyatara Samyak Subhuti. It will be even more depressing. If one obtains the wish, one becomes a Buddha. If one does not wish, one will not attain the supreme enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, 10 worlds, all living beings, reborn, I will be reborn. I'll have the purplish golden body. When I become a Buddha, all living beings, born in my country, knowing the fate of the immeasurable calamity, good and evil. The loud Sanskrit voice enveloped heaven and earth. Petals flew in the air, and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. A beam of Buddhist light flew out from the pagoda and filled heaven and earth. A total of 12 great wishes rushed out. The heavenly Tao sensed the wishes, and countless black and yellow merit fell from heaven and earth, condensing into a Buddhist Tao fruit. Black and yellow qi flowed in the sky. Countless purple qi turned into a heavenly dragon and connected to the Tao fruit. The Tao fruit sank into Qin Feng's spirit sea and took root, turning into a pure white third-grade lotus. On the lotus, there was a dazzling white relic that emitted endless, mysterious light. Boom! At this moment, in the great thunderclap temple in the Spirit Mountain of the West, among the seats of the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, a pure golden Buddhist light was born inch by inch in the thunderclap temple. Formless and majestic Buddhist light bloomed from the holy throne. The pure golden light was extremely bright and dazzling like glass, shocking all the Buddhas. In the heavenly realm, the 33 heavens were dazzling and magnificent. In the Lingshao Palace of the Celestial Court, on the dragon throne, the Jade Emperor's eyes were solemn. The light of Buddha is all over the sky. The power of the 12 great aspirations is really immeasurable. I'm afraid that another Buddha will be born among the 3,000 Buddhas of Spirited Mountain. This Buddhism is really prosperous. The Jade Emperor sighed. Ever since the ancient times when the 10 ancestors of the Buddhist sect were deified, they have been working hard and plotting for such a long time. The great prosperity is inevitable. How worrying. Rise and fall are nothing but common sense in the world. Just like the dawn and dusk, the cycle of life and death, the dawn and the sunset, there is no need for your majesty to worry. There is no eternal protagonist in this world. At the side, the beautiful eyes of the Queen Mother flickered, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The heavenly Tao was clear, and her majesty was immeasurable. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor recovered slightly and nodded. Looking at the countless rising qi of heaven and earth in the lower domain, he spoke slowly. You are right, Empress. Now that you have merged with the Tao ancestor, and there are Tao ancestors in the heavenly court, you can sit back and watch the success or failure of the world. However, after the journey to the West, Buddhism will prosper, and maybe another Buddha will be born. I am afraid that some of the Tao ancestors will not be able to sit still. Looking at the movement below, there was envy in his eyes. The two of them were born since the ancient times, and their origins were not inferior to some of the Buddhas and Tao ancestors in the heavens. However, after thousands of years of hard work, only the Queen Mother managed to merge with the heavenly court. In fact, the Jade Emperor had already fallen during the Middle Era when he tried to merge with the heavenly court. He was just a reborn primordial spirit of the Jade Emperor, and his strength was only comparable to that of a Buddha. The Emperor path was occupied by a woman, and this seemed like a big joke. That is also something that the Tao ancestors should be concerned about. The Queen Mother's expression was unparalleled, and her expression was calm. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. At present, he could not participate in the journey to the West, and could only rely on the intervention of the Queen Mother. After failing to merge with the heavenly court, his primordial spirit was destroyed, and he had been going through tribulations in the world. At this moment, his body was just a heavenly incarnation condensed by the 33 heavens' original source. The real primordial spirit was still going through tribulations in a mortal world, waiting to be reborn and return to the throne. However, the Queen Mother had already merged with the Emperor path and became the body of the heavenly Emperor. He could only choose another path. If he wanted to attempt to merge with the heavenly court again, he would have to wait for a long time. Fortunately, he had this junior sister by his side to protect him. Although it would take a long time, at least nothing would go wrong. At this moment, in the Great Void Temple on Mount Shouyang in the mortal world. As everyone knew, after the Taishang Tao ancestor went into seclusion, this place was given to the first disciple of the three sects, who was also the second disciple of the Taishang Tao ancestor, the Great Void Tao ancestor. The Great Void Tao ancestor was the first Khanate Tao ancestor in the three sects of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. He was also the person in charge of the 12 Tao ancestors of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. At this moment in the Great Void Temple, a Taoist was sitting cross-legged. The body of the Taishang Tao ancestor was revealed, and the Khanate Sage Tao was revealed. There seemed to be countless illusory and blurry transparent butterflies flying around. He was neither asleep nor awake. The Buddhist fate that filled the sky increased greatly, but he seemed to be indifferent. He only took a slight nap and turned over. In Mount Kunlun, two Taoists who were preaching to the disciples of the Jade Mirage opened their eyes. On the cloud platform, the two Taoists paused for a moment before continuing their preaching. All the disciples were mesmerized. In the Earth domain, where the continents of the Eastern and Western domains intersected, there was a beautiful mountain peak. Countless immortals were entrenched in the mountain peak, and immortals were reciting Huangting in their cave abodes, refining the 3 flowers and 5 qi. Mount Wanshou, Mount Wuzhuang. This was the territory of a famous Tao ancestor in the Earth domain. Earth Immortal Tao ancestor. In the heavens, there were 5 types of immortals: heaven, earth, man, god, and ghost. Among the 5 types, the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor was the founder of the Earth Immortal lineage. He occupied the land and was undefeated, controlling the mountains and rivers. More than 99% of the land, mountain gods, and Earth Immortals in this world came from the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor of Mount Wanshou. The Immortal Abode, a Taoist family that lived as long as the heavens. In the abode, a Taoist with a fluttering black beard sensed the surging Buddhist fate in the depths of the Western continent. His expression was indifferent as he glanced at the heaven domain and sneered. The few Tao ancestors in the heaven domain were not in a hurry, so why should he be? Furthermore, he only occupied a very small portion of the providence in the heavenly courts. The rest was with the other 11 Tao ancestors. Whether it was the East or the West, rather than participating in such a battle, it was better to nurture 1 or 2 disciples. Anyway, if that person did not transcend, he would not be able to improve. The postnatal Tao could be sublimated into the connate creation Tao seed, the connate five elements Tao seed, or the connate death Tao seed. However, whether it was the connate creation Tao seed, the connate five elements Tao seed, or the connate death Tao seed, they were all occupied by others. He could not improve, so naturally he could not fight for it. In the depths of the pagoda in the Guanyin monastery, the chi of heaven and earth filled the air, untainted by karma, and a Buddha appeared. His hair was fleshy, and his body was broad and fat. Behind his head, layers of halos spread to the horizon. Multicolored light filled the air, and thousands of auspicious vapors. Chapter 1338. Amiba. Qin Feng put his palms together, his expression solemn. A pure white lotus platform could be seen blooming beneath his feet. He stepped on the lotus platform, and faint Buddhist chants lingered around the world. A golden Buddha phantom appeared behind him. It was vast and boundless. An incredible Buddhist light shone on the world. Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea. All Buddhas, if you hear the name of Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea, that you may be rich in riches. You will enjoy endless benefits. All Buddhas, if you hear the name of Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea, it can make you free from ugliness. You have enough, perfect and strict. Heaven on earth is the best. All Buddhas, if you hear the name of Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea, it can make you hungry ghosts swallow the fire of karma and feel cool and clear. Your food and drink will taste like nectar. All Buddhas, if you hear the name of Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea, that you may always be at ease, forever free from terror, peace, and happiness. All Buddhas, if you hear the name of Namo Wushur, king of the boundless sea, it can make you gain 5 kinds of merit. 1 is the best in all worlds. 2 are the best in Bodhisattva's eyes. 3 are the most powerful, surpassing all heavenly demons. Like the sun shining on the world. Like the sea, majestic merit. For the best in great freedom. Like a bird flying in the sky without hindrance. 5 are the best in great firmness, wisdom, and light. Body and mind are as clear as glass beads. This was a sutra about the authority of the Buddha that he comprehended out of thin air when he was born into heaven and earth and briefly merged with heaven. Qin Feng, who understood it tacitly, directly recited it with the supreme dharma to baptize, inspire all living beings, and gather believers. The light of Buddha shone brightly as rays of the ocean emperor's light emerged from countless temples. Whether it was the many temples of the Aparagadania continent or the many temples of the divine central continent, another unfamiliar golden body of Buddha appeared among the 3,000 golden bodies of Buddhas, accepting the worship of the masses. Countless believers in temples suddenly cried out, Nanwushi, the boundless sea emperor Tathagata. The vast and majestic aura of incense gushed out from the various temples like streams and gathered into countless streams. Most of them landed in West Earth's Spirit Mountain's Great Thunderclap Monastery and were consecrated by Buddhism. The remaining portion gathered above the Guanyin Zen Temple and merged into the golden Buddha body, behind him like a waterfall. The majestic golden Buddha body visibly grew in size. The 10-meter-tall golden body instantly grew to 20 feet, turning into a 10-meter-tall golden body. Although it was inferior to the Buddha's 60 feet golden body, the 30 feet golden body was still incomparably powerful. Qin Feng recited the sutra, and the huge golden body merged with his body. A cassock gradually appeared on his body, and a golden hoop appeared on his loose black hair. He looked like a monk. As the endless incense continued to gather, a round of pure sacred light of Buddha appeared behind his head. The invisible light of Buddha seemed to illuminate the void in all directions. Gradually, the countless phenomena began to recede and converge into the body of the Buddha in the depths of the pagoda. So this is the Buddha realm. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and wisps of golden sacred light of Buddha flickered in his eyes. It was as if compassion could spread and purify all living beings with a single thought. It seems like my strength didn't increase by much, but it also seems to have increased immeasurably. Qin Feng carefully sensed the changes within, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Buddhism was indeed vast and mighty. It was a complete system that wasn't inferior to the immortal Tao or the martial Tao. In terms of actual combat, Qin Feng felt that his strength didn't increase by much. However, in terms of the use of faith and incense, some experts in the spirit sea realm couldn't compare to Buddhism experts. Even in the Faluan crystal wall system, which used the great Tao of faith as its foundation, it couldn't compare to Buddhism's understanding of the great Tao of faith and incense. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, Buddhism also had true teachings on the three great Taos of nirvana, tranquility, and time. There was no need to talk about the great Tao of nirvana. Kane Nirvana Buddha had already attained Tao in ancient times and was one of the first two Buddhas among the 10 great Buddhas of Buddhism. Tranquility also had true teachings on the great Tao of time. The past Amitabha Sutra, the Tathagata Sutra of the present, and the future Constellation Calamity Sutra were all true teachings on the great Tao of time. Rumor had it that the Maitreya Buddha of Buddhism had attained Buddhism through the great Tao of time. The reason why he felt this way was because he'd comprehended a part of the truth of not being on this shore, not on the other shore, and not in between when he'd become Lord Tathagata of the boundless sea. With the help of his supreme Buddhist Tao immortality, he'd shattered the past body beneath the other shore and fused the power of the past body into one. One had to admit that Qin Feng had made the right choice in joining Buddhism. With the help of the mysteries of 3 lifetimes contained in Buddhism, he'd been able to easily slay the past body of 3 lifetimes. The past body was the most fragile. If he encountered a 16th level Buddha, he could follow the karma of time and wipe out the Tao Lord from the source of the past. However, if he were to slay the past body, the voice of the past would completely dissipate in the river of fate and even the river of time, fusing into his own body. He'd no longer have any weaknesses. Qin Feng could sense that with his understanding of Buddhism, even without the past Amitabha Sutra, the Tathagata Sutra of the present, and the future Constellation Calamity Sutra, he'd be able to slay the present and future bodies with the 3 true teachings of time. With a flash, Qin Feng retracted the ring of sacred Buddhist light behind his head and walked out of the pagoda. Lord Tathagata of the boundless sea, Namo Wusher of the boundless sea. Seeing a great Buddha walk out of the pagoda forest, the monks of the Guanyin monastery lowered their heads and bowed. This was a true Buddha. If they could be bestowed with 1 or 2, they might even be able to obtain 1 or 2 positions in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. They might even be able to seek immortality. Even if they couldn't be bestowed with it, if they could obtain the Buddha seal and be able to visualize this Buddha in the future, they'd be blessed by the Buddha light. I guess we're fated. Qin Feng's eyes moved and swept across the countless kowtowing monks. His hands intertwined, and a Buddha seal flew out. Many monks with wisdom looked at the mysterious Buddha seal and almost instantly fell into an epiphany. Between them, there was boundless light and the nirvana realm of ultimate bliss. Many people imitated this great Buddha and formed hand seals. Unknowingly, it was as if their consciousness came into contact with a supreme existence in the void and fused into one. With a thought, they guided the Abhijna of the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, reaching the realm where Brahma and I were one, and the 5 skandhas were all empty. Many monks' expressions became solemn. A layer of gentle Brahma light shot out from their skin, and their Buddhist vital energy was boundless. This was the unique Buddhist method of transmitting one's heart to another, transmitting one's method to another. When the flowers bloom, I see everyone. It was nothing more than that. The illusion originated from the Buddha's smile when he picked up a flower. It was rumored that the revered one of the world picked up a flower in public during the Spirited Mountain Conference. Everyone was silent, and only Maha Kasyapa broke into a smile. The revered one of the world said, "I have the eye of the righteous Dharma, the miraculous heart of nirvana. The reality is formless, and the subtle method is not written in words." It is passed down outside the sect. The eye of the righteous Dharma was the entire Buddhist Dharma. It meant that he transmitted his heart to another and transmitted his method to another. None of the 3,000 Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and boundless arhats understood it. Only Maha Kasyapa received his true teachings. Qin Feng looked at the many monks in the seats. These monks were able to survive the calamity of the Guanyin monastery. They were all people with good fortune and fate. After receiving the teachings of this true Buddha, there might be people who could be listed in the pure land of ultimate bliss of Spirited Mountain in the future. Chapter 1339. After walking out of the pagoda, Qin Feng knew that Tang Sanzang's Kasaya had been snatched away by the black bear on Black Wind Ridge. The Kasaya was extremely important as Tang Sanzang's aura had weakened. Qin Feng wanted to make a trip to Black Wind Mountain, but he quickly sensed a majestic Buddhist aura descending. He immediately gave up on the idea. With Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma body, the black bear on Black Wind Ridge would not be able to do anything. In the afternoon, Monkey came back with the embroidered Kasaya that had been snatched away. When he returned, the monkey looked a little embarrassed. He nodded at Qin Feng and returned the Kasaya to Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang's expression was indifferent. He did not blame the monkey, nor did he have any other expression. He took the Kasaya and put it on. He looked at the sky and said to Qin Feng, "It's already late. It's already late today. Let's rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." At the side, the monks were very willing. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Feng and Tang Sanzang. These two could be said to be the reincarnation of the divine Buddhas. Being able to interact with them for a moment would bring endless benefits to the monks in the future. That night's business was over. After a night's rest, the next morning, a monk came with a dragon horse. Lu Buqin carried his luggage and left the Guanyin monastery under the escort of the remaining monks. At this moment, the snow had melted and the sun had melted. Seeing the bright spring sun and the vibrant vitality, even Tang Sanzang's dull and cold face became gentler. In the past few days, the monkey seemed to have been stimulated by something. He actually started to talk to Tang Sanzang and even took the opportunity to ask Tang Sanzang about Buddhism. He seemed to have realized something and seemed to be in a hurry. In a few days, the demonic power in his body started to produce wisps of Buddhist nature. Qin Feng could roughly guess the monkey's plan. The monkey was in the Tao Lord realm. The true meaning of the third step was about to be perfected, and he was about to enter the fourth step. However, the heart monkey was difficult to control. It would be difficult for him to pass the test of the heretical path. Cultivating Buddhism and the heart monkey technique was beneficial for the monkey to stabilize his state of mind. The group traveled in the wilderness for 7 or 8 days. As the sky gradually darkened, they suddenly saw a small town. The town was covered in green trees and red walls and green tiles. Many villages had smoke rising in the evening. Lu Buqin caught a passerby and found out that this was Gaojia town. Old Gaojia. Qin Feng's expression changed. Canopy Marshal Zhu Beiji's territory? There was a faint smile in Qin Feng's eyes. He glanced at Lu Buqin, who was carrying a burden at the side. Lu Buqin seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had already put away his expression. "Junior brother, great sage, we need to find a place to rest. Ask around if there are any temples in Gaojia town to beg for alms." Tang Sanzang looked tired. Right now, he looked no different from an ordinary person. For 7 or 8 days, he had to eat and sleep in the open. If it wasn't for Qin Feng finding some medicinal herbs to make medicinal meals from time to time, this monk would have fallen ill. Even so, Tang Sanzang looked much thinner. His face was pale, and there was a tinge of tan on his white skin. He was no longer as handsome as he was when they first met. Qin Feng nodded and looked around. He glanced at the monkey. The monkey was carrying his stick. It would be inappropriate for him to beg alms and find a place to stay. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise? After a while, he looked at Lubwichin. Soliciting alms had always been this person's job. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Lubwichin bitterly smiled. He immediately put down his burden and entered the town. When night fell, Lubwichin came out of the town. "How is it?" Qin Feng asked. The monkey and Tang Sanzang also looked at him. Lubwichin smiled and said, "Although there is no temple in the town, I met a large family just now. That large family is haunted, and they are hiring sorcerers to subdue demons. Not only will they provide food, but they will also provide lodging, and they will even be paid money. The great sage and senior brother Qin Feng's magic power is boundless. I thought to myself that with your magic power, it would be easy for you to subdue a mere ghost. Hence, I personally took down the notice." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the town, accompanied by the light of a fire. Who took down the Gao family's list? Where is the sorcerer to subdue the ghost? In the blink of an eye, a group of strong servants rushed out of the town's entrance. "You are the sorcerers who took down the list?" Within the firelight, a young manservant dressed in short green robes walked out. His expression was delicate and pretty, and he seemed to be abnormally quick-witted. His eyes swept over Qin Feng's group. No matter how he looked at it, Tang Sanzang, Qin Feng, and the others didn't look simple. Tang Sanzang was dressed like a monk. Although his face was tanned, his aura was outstanding. He was like a pearl in the gravel, dazzling. The other two were different as well. Qin Feng was dressed in black. Although he looked like a monk, he had an extraordinary aura. There was also the monkey. His eyes were fierce and cold. He carried a golden rod. His gaze was enough to make one's legs go soft. There was also Lubwichin. He was tall and strong. One look, and one could tell that his strength was extraordinary. Seeing that the monkey didn't bother to speak, Qin Feng stepped forward. "It's us. Please lead the way, little brother." "Greetings, master." Seeing Qin Feng speak, the servant hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. Qin Feng had an aura that made him not dare to be impudent. "Masters, please." From afar, at the entrance of the Utmost High's house, someone reported, "Old Master, Gao Kai has invited the sorcerer who announced the announcement. Have you asked where that sorcerer came from? Don't end up like those swindlers, angering the ghosts and sending them to their deaths." In the hall, seated on an armchair carved from pear blossoms, Old Master Gao had a tired expression. He had seen too many sorcerers in the past few days. The servant hurriedly said, "Old Master, it's definitely reliable this time. Those sorcerers said that they were monks sent by the king of the eastern lands to the west to seek scriptures from Buddha. Monks seeking scriptures." Old Master Gao's expression flickered, and then a strange light flashed through his eyes. "They're finally here?" he muttered, his voice barely discernible. Since they're monks originally from the east, they should have some ability to travel from the Great Tang to the borders of Yusang. Hurry and invite them in. After changing into a new set of clothes, old Gao hurriedly went out to welcome them. However, when his gaze landed on Tang Sanzang, his eyes lit up. He addressed him as elder. When Tang Sanzang heard this, he immediately turned around and returned the greeting. Qin Feng's expression had been strange this entire time as he indifferently gazed at this old Master Gao. When he had entered the Gaojia town, he had sensed a strange energy. Now that he saw old Master Gao, the strange aura around him became extremely dense. Danger was approaching. Chapter 1340. At night, the lights in Gaojia town were dim. Most people had already gone to bed. Gaojia town was just a small town. The population was average, and there was no night market. Moreover, evil things usually appeared at night. It was easy to attract unforeseen danger if one went out carelessly. Only a few big families still had their ominous lanterns hanging high. After the banquet, old Master Gao pulled Tang Sanzang into the main hall and began to pour out his grievances. Perhaps it was because he had lost his cultivation and his body had weakened, but Tang Sanzang's state of mind had deteriorated. He became unusually talkative. So you're saying that Miss Gao was bewitched by that rude demon's witchcraft? Lu Buqin, who was beside Qin Feng, had an indignant expression on his face. Qin Feng's cold gaze landed on old Master Gao, who was sitting on the main seat. What old Master Gao said was pretty much the same as in the original novel. It was nothing more than a live-in son-in-law of a pig demon. That demon boar is really abominable. He actually used such a vicious technique to murder an ordinary person. However, you don't have to worry, old master. My two senior brothers are very powerful. With their help, they will definitely be able to ensure young ladies' safety. Lu Buqin was full of confidence. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. This Lu Buqin really knew how to conduct himself. In that case, this old man can rest assured. Old Master Gao was overjoyed when he heard Lu Buqin's assurance. I wonder which of the four sorcerers is willing to help. Old Master Gao's gaze landed on the four of them, especially the monkey and Qin Feng. Leave it to me, old Sunday. It's just a pig demon. It's not worth mentioning. The monkey stood up from his seat. Lightning flashed in his fierce eyes. When he looked over, the old couple's faces turned ashen and their legs went weak. Good. Since elder son is willing to help, he will definitely be able to save my daughter. Old Master Gao reluctantly mustered up his courage and agreed. The monkey ignored old Master Gao. His gaze landed on Qin Feng. Brat, stay here and accompany the little monk. Don't let the demon hurt the little monk. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice that only Qin Feng could hear appeared in his mind. Kid, I'm afraid there's something wrong with the Gao mansion. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Monkey, you noticed it too? Just now, I saw that you secretly used your fiery eyes of gold. Did you find anything? Qin Feng calmly turned his eyes. The fiery golden eyes and the 72 heavenly dipper transformations were the ultimate arts of the monkey. They were passed down from an ancient Tao ancestor and possessed a portion of the ability to see through illusions. This ability involved a portion of the great Tao laws. Even Qin Feng was envious. Along the way, it wasn't that Qin Feng hadn't thought about these two ultimate arts, but the monkey had always been wary of him and wasn't willing to exchange them. No, my fiery golden eyes of gold didn't see anything strange. But ever since I entered the Gao mansion, I've had an ominous feeling. I'm afraid that there's something fishy going on. Perhaps the Tao Lord is involved. In any case, you have to protect the little monk well. The little monk is abnormally weak right now. Don't worry. After exchanging a silent glance, the monkey carried the Jingu Bang to the backyard under the escort of old Master Gao and his wife, as well as a group of servants. The backyard was hazy with fog. With the bright moon hanging high in the sky, a gloomy coldness made one shrink back. Qin Feng noticed that Tang Sanzang's face was gradually turning pale. Clearly, he was freezing. On the side, old Master Gao and his wife also noticed this. They looked at each other, and a strange look flashed across old Master Gao's eyes. This strange look disappeared in an instant. He took off his mink coat and came before Tang Sanzang. Venerable One, it's cold here. Put on a coat. Tang Sanzang's expression changed, and he was about to take the coat. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tang Sanzang. He glanced at old Master Gao indifferently. No need. I'm here. He won't freeze. His black robe fluttered, and an invisible aura emanated. The cold air seemed to dissipate, and Tang Sanzang's pale face quickly regained its color. Seeing this, old Master Gao's eyes froze for a moment, but then he smiled. Looks like I've worried too much. Venerable One, you're very capable. On the other side, Monkey glanced at the commotion over here and silently gave Qin Feng a look of praise. His figure flashed and disappeared into the clouds, flying towards Miss Gao's loft in the depths of the cold fog. Seeing the monkey quietly enter the black fog, Tang Sanzang nodded slightly. However, Tang Sanzang did not know that beside him, old Master Gao and his wife looked at each other as they watched the monkey enter the black fog. Joy flashed across their faces. Qin Feng saw this and became even more vigilant. No matter how he looked at it, There was something wrong with old Master Gao and his wife. He calmly approached Tang Sanzang and placed him within 3 feet of him. Elder, it's dark here. Since Elder Son is here, let's go inside and wait for Elder Son's news. Old Master Gao looked a little old, and he was the first to speak up. That's right, Elder. The yin qi here is too strong. Let's go inside and wait. Old Madame Gao also spoke up. All right. Tang Sanzang nodded. Lu Buqin eagerly ran over and supported Tang Sanzang. However, in that instant, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. A formless black gas suddenly flew out from the depths of the Gao family's garden. A pitch-black whirlwind rose from the ground. It was bone-chilling. Seeing this sudden change, old Master Gao and old Madame Gao sneered and exchanged a look with Lu Buqin. Do it! With a stern shout, Lu Buqin grabbed Tang Sanzang in an instant. His figure suddenly turned into a black gas and disappeared. We're taking Tang Sanzang with us. Thank you for sending us Tang Sanzang's meat. When we meet again in the future, we'll definitely have other gifts for you. Loud laughter echoed. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he was about to stop it. In the next instant, a black snake appeared from the black wind. A snake. A black snake formed by black gas suddenly bit at Qin Feng. This was a rare venomous snake that was born in the yellow springs of hell. The venom it contained was called Permitha, and it was extremely famous. Immortals' expressions changed when they heard about it. If bitten by it, even a celestial immortal would be severely injured by its venom, causing his 3 flowers to wither and his 5 qi to weaken. Bang! However, in an instant, the terrifying black snake exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he rushed out. However, when he looked around, old Master Gao and his family, as well as Lu Buqin, had already disappeared. As far as his eyes could see, a thick black fog rose from the ground and enveloped the entire town. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Even Qin Feng couldn't tell north from south, east from west, up from down, left from right. Rumble. In the depths of the black fog, a terrifying wave came from one of the black fog. There was also a faint aura of a fierce battle. Qin Feng looked over. It was the Gao family's young lady's room that the monkey had gone to. Clearly, they had fallen into a trap set up by others ever since they entered the Gao family town. Qin Feng and Monkey had been guarding against the Gao clan's group, but they didn't guard against Lu Buqin. Qin Feng didn't expect that Lu Buqin, who had always been unusually obedient, would work with others to set them up. Chapter 1341. Qin Feng looked around. It was obvious that there was a huge array in front of him. This huge array trapped him and the monkey. It was very likely that those people were taking Tang Sanzang away. Qin Feng was also unfamiliar with the untainted land. Otherwise, he would definitely recognize this huge array formation. This formation was called the Xianin Formation. It was the famous array formation of the great demonic god Qiyu in the primordial era. In the past, Qiyu, the war god of the shaman tribe, and Xian Yuan, the yellow emperor, were fighting for the throne of the human emperor. He had once set up this formation in the field of deer, trapping Xuan Yuan's army of millions of cultivators for several years. In this battle, countless immortals and gods perished within the formation. If not for the help of the ancient great power, the 9 heavens profound maiden, and the many disciples under Tao ancestor Yuqing, the one who would sit firmly on the throne of the human emperor would not be the yellow emperor Xian Yuan, but Qiyu. The Xianin formation was known to be second only to the 12 divine beings killing formation, one of the 3 most ferocious formations in the untainted land. Extremely ruthless. Ordinary celestial immortals who entered would definitely perish. Tao lords who entered would need at least a few years to make it out. In a few years, Tang Sanzang had probably been eaten up by others, and the journey to the west had become an illusion. Qin Feng looked around and pondered for a moment. He stretched out a hand, and countless black water lights appeared in the water. A moment later, the water lights suddenly turned into countless black dots and blasted towards the black gas in all directions. Rumble. Huge explosions came from all directions. Layers of black gas were attacked, and the chaotic space was like a fog of chaos. He couldn't even tell north from south. Nan Wushur, boundless sea emperor Tathagata, it's useless. An indifferent and disdainful voice came from the depths of the black fog. It was illusory, as if it was close at hand, but also as far away as the horizon, unfathomable. I advise you not to waste your time. Just stay here for a while. The voice from the depths of the black fog had a hint of sneer and complacency, as if Qin Feng was a piece of meat on their chopping board, waiting to be served. The person in the dark was none other than Lu Buqin. Looking at Qin Feng and the monkey trapped in the center of the formation, Lu Buqin's eyes were filled with intense hatred. He gnashed his teeth, a sinister glint in his eyes. Over the past few months, Qin Feng and the monkey had been ordered around by him. His arrogant nature had long reached its limit. He had a high status among the sorcerer tribe in the North Continent. He had never been ordered around, enslaved, and forced to carry a burden. His eyes flickered viciously. He would definitely not let Qin Feng and the monkey off so easily. He had to use the boundless energy of the Xianin Grand Formation to refine them to death. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Is that so? On the spot, Qin Feng sneered. His figure flashed, disappearing from the spot in an instant. In the depths of the black fog, in a courtyard, Lu Buqin was dressed in black. His rugged face suddenly changed. With his divine thought, he could not detect how Qin Feng had suddenly disappeared from the corridor. He activated his divine thought and operated the heavens to scan the entire formation. To his surprise, he still could not find any trace of Qin Feng. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a figure appeared behind Lu Buqin without any sound or presence. You! Lu Buqin's face changed drastically, and a look of horror appeared. Instinctively, he wanted to activate the power of the formation to kill Qin Feng. However, in the next moment, he was already dead. A handprint appeared silently. The handprint blasted out, and his body was suddenly smashed into countless pieces by the great path brand contained in the handprint. Qin Feng looked coldly at the place where Lu Buqin had died, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He actually wanted to trap him with a formation. To think that this person could think of such a thing. He was originally a top formation expert. After obtaining the Lord God's space, his deduction ability had increased, and his Tao of formations had improved by leaps and bounds. Unless it was a formation at the level of the primordial 3 ferocious formations, it would be a pipe dream to trap him. His figure flashed, and he sensed a certain connection with Tang Sanzang from afar. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the center of the Xianin Great Formation, huge Xianin divine flags emitted dense yin qi. The most mysterious part of the Xianin Great Formation was that it absorbed the boundless yin qi of the world and the baleful aura of heaven and earth to strengthen the formation. This formation was connected to the netherworld. This time, with the support of the yin qi of the netherworld, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. Its power was quite terrifying. When Qin Feng arrived at the center of the formation, he just happened to see old Master Gao and old Madame Gao's hands transform into a man and a woman with strange faces. The two of them walked towards Tang Sanzang in the center of the formation with malicious intentions. Qin Feng's sudden appearance was clearly unexpected by the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically, but they instantly found that they could not move. The power of a Tao Lord had imprisoned them. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, and they could not even move a finger. Which tribe? No wonder Lu Buqin is in cahoots with you. Seeing the two of them, Qin Feng was enlightened. Junior brother. Tang Sanzang was pushed to the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His pale face had a hint of redness when he saw Qin Feng. With his broken state of mind, he was more like a mortal. In the face of such an irresistible crisis, he was still a little frightened. Let us go. Lord of the boundless sea, Lord of the sea, where the grand shamans of the witch tribe will not let you go. The two experts roared. Rumble. Amidst the violent struggle, a dense, baleful aura attacked the surroundings, trying to break through Qin Feng's divine power. Grand shamans were ancient experts in the witch tribe who had mastered a part of the great Tao. Their strength was equivalent to a Tao lord, and they were half a step away from the Buddha ancestor. Hearing their threats, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands, and a huge handprint blasted out. In an instant, the two experts of the witch tribe were torn into pieces and turned into dust. Tang Sanzang shook his head when he saw that the two of them were killed so cleanly. Junior brother, the witch tribe is extraordinary. I'm afraid that in the future, Qin Feng's expression was cold as he waved his hand and interrupted Tang Sanzang's words. Senior brother, there's no need to say anymore. Those who kill will be killed by others. The journey to the west, to heaven, is extremely dangerous. So what if we have another enemy of the witch tribe? Hearing this, Tang Sanzang smiled bitterly and stopped talking. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Xianin formation shook violently. 10,000 rays of golden light bloomed on one side, and the entire formation shook. Qin Feng raised his head, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Monkey has met a strong opponent. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng said, "Let's go and help him." Qin Feng grabbed Tang Sanzang and disappeared in a flash. After passing through the thick black fog, a moment later, a black light appeared. Qin Feng and Tang Sanzang raised their heads. However, with just a glance, the two of them were shocked. Above their heads, Monkey looked extremely miserable. Countless dragon-like iron chains covered the void and entangled him. Even the Jingu Bang was firmly restrained by a few huge iron chains. They saw an astonishingly beautiful woman in black standing in the void. The dragon-like iron chains were actually her black hair. Gao Salon. Qin Feng and Tang Sanzang looked at the woman in front of them in shock. Her aura was far stronger than that of an ordinary Tao Lord. Chapter 1342. That figure with black hair that resembled a waterfall and shrouded 3,000 worlds had a dense, ghostly chi that was massive and terrifying. Her face was buried in her black hair, like a chain that trapped the world. The monkey was enraged. The great Tao of strength imprint appeared around him and suppressed the void. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Clearly, only a Tao Lord could suppress a Tao Lord of the third step like the monkey. Furthermore, she's probably a Tao Lord of the third step. Her great Tao can restrain a Tao Lord of the great Tao of strength. A strange look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Great Taos restrained each other. The great Tao of strength was one of the 4-9 connate great Taos, and there were very few that could restrain it. However, Qin Feng's postnatal great Tao of water was one of the great Taos that could restrain the great Tao of strength. Of course, that was also the reason. Otherwise, why would the ferocious monkey be so polite to Qin Feng? At the same time, the power of the mystic Yin formation was summoned by the terrifying Tao Lord of the Netherworld and turned into chains to suppress the monkey. Scram! An extremely vast golden light erupted from the monkey's body like raging waves. Countless strands of black hair were broken. At that time, even more black hair grew, causing the monkey to be extremely furious. However, there was nothing it could do in a short period of time. Junior brother, use Buddhist cultivation techniques. This Tao Lord comes from the Netherworld, and our Buddhist light is her nemesis. Tang Sanzang reminded. All right, they were on the same boat. Helping the monkey was helping himself. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He formed hand seals, and endless Buddhist light bloomed around him. All beings united. His entire body was enveloped by the Buddhist light, and his body was like lightning as he struck the ghost empress 3,000 black hair. In an instant, Gao Suelan's hair was severed. Each strand of the 3,000 black hair was refined by the ghost empress with billions of yin qi. Its power was enough to shatter the void and was much stronger than some connate numinous treasures. Ordinary Kane, numinous treasures might not be able to destroy it. However, under the Buddhist light, it was like snow on the scorching sun. The Ghost Empress was enraged and let out a shrill cry. "My hair! Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? I'll definitely not let you off." Having so much of her black hair evaporated in one blow, she was greatly injured. The intense golden light pierced through her black hair and turned her body into a sieve. Just as Tang Sanzang had said, Buddhist light was the nemesis of all dark and gloomy things. The Ghost Empress was caught off guard and was injured by Qin Feng's Buddha's light. While she was still trying to put up a brave front, the monkey was completely freed. He furiously raised his Jingu Bang and smashed it heavily on the Ghost Empress' head. Boom! The Ghost Empress' enchanting ghostly body exploded with a loud bang. Like a dam bursting open, countless torrents of black yin-chi swept out in all directions. She didn't die just like that. The entire Xianyin formation was continuously absorbing the boundless yin-chi from the heaven and earth. Her body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes stared at the monkey, and most importantly, at Qin Feng with extreme hatred. As her body merged with the formation, everything that happened in the Xianyin formation entered her mind. The entire plan could be said to be riddled with holes because of Qin Feng alone, and he even lost 3 shaman kings. At this moment, she hated Qin Feng to the core. "Today, even if I have to sacrifice my entire cultivation, I will kill you." A long black banner appeared in her palm. The Xianyin soul-slaying banner. This was the formation flag of the Xianyin formation, and also the Xianyin Ghost Empress natal treasure. She was one of the few Dao lords under Dao ancestor Nether of the Nether Underworld. Because she had mastered the Xianyin formation, she could be said to be the most powerful Dao lord under Dao ancestor Nether. With the help of the Xianyin formation, the Xianyin soul-slaying banner could directly lock onto the primordial spirit of a Dao lord from a distance and kill him. With just a thought, the Ghost Empress finished writing the words Nan Wushuang, immeasurable boundless sea Emperor Tathagata, and imprinted them into the banner. At the same time, Qin Feng, who was in the formation, felt a terrifying force from the depths of the endless void. It turned into a blade and slashed at his soul. Boom! Boundless Buddhist light bloomed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng's primordial spirit, which had been transformed from his water-type divine spark, had transformed into a golden statue. Countless white lotuses appeared around it. This was an innate divine ability that he had acquired after mastering the 12th rank White Lotus Dao corroboration art. It contained a portion of the 1,000-leaf water god's Black Lotus power, as well as a portion of the Water Veil Lotus power, one of the 15 heavenly laws. One blade after another slashed at the white lotuses around the golden primordial spirit, causing countless white lotuses to wither away. It continued to advance at high speed. Danger was imminent. However, just as it was about to strike the golden primordial spirit, the golden primordial spirit suddenly laughed coldly and formed a strange hand seal. An incomparably enormous world appeared around the golden primordial spirit. This enormous world was inconceivably vast, and countless experts were cultivating within it. At this moment, all of them seemed to open their eyes and lock onto the Xianyin Ghost Empress from the depths of the endless void. The Xianyin Ghost Empress's face changed dramatically, and a terrifying sense of danger arose within her primordial spirit. In the next moment, the enormous world that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size trembled slightly. It transformed into a streak of light and blasted out. The countless Xianyin soul-slaying blades that were slashing towards her were instantly shattered, and the remaining force of their momentum continued onward. Boom! No. In that instant, the Xianyin Ghost Empress, Gao Solan, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Rumble. Amidst the violent tremors, the 81 corners of the Xianyin Great Formation suddenly revealed themselves. The Xianyin Ghost King on the 81 Xianyin soul-slaying banners roared towards the sky, as if sensing the impending danger. A trace of unwillingness and fear appeared in her eyes. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 81 Xianin soul-slaying banners suddenly exploded, blasting the entire Xianin Great Formation into countless pieces. In the center, the Xianin Ghost Empress's primordial spirit suffered a huge backlash as her primordial spirit was instantly blasted apart. Amidst her shock, while her primordial spirit was unstable, an ice-cold, silvery white pearl that resembled the moon flew out and firmly supported her primordial spirit. Qin Feng activated a portion of the Chief God Space's power to counterattack, and a portion of the Chief God Space's power bombarded the silver pearl. The silver pearl emitted an unparalleled silver spiritual light and only shook violently. However, it did not harm Gao Solan's primordial spirit. There's actually such a treasure that can protect one's primordial spirit? Qin Feng and Monkey's expressions changed. In the next moment, a vast brilliance erupted from their bodies, and two rays of divine light swept towards Gao Solan's waist. To cut the weeds, one had to dig up the roots. This woman had schemed against the two of them, and she had to die today to achieve her goal. After her life treasure was destroyed by Qin Feng's counterattack, Gao Solan's remaining primordial spirit was also rather dispirited. It seemed like her vitality had been greatly damaged. Glaring at Qin Feng with resentment, the Ghost Empress let out a shrill cry and instantly disappeared into the depths of the earth. Oh no! Two rays of light swept across the sky and blasted countless houses. A large number of houses were destroyed by the rays of light. Seeing that Gao Solan had disappeared into the depths of the earth, Qin Feng and Monkey's expressions turned extremely ugly. Underground was the territory of the Netherworld, and this Ghost Empress was obviously from the Netherworld. Once she entered the Netherworld, she was like a fish in water. How could the two of them chase after her? The two of them looked at each other helplessly. At this moment, a dull, thunderous sound reverberated from the depths of the earth, accompanied by an angry roar. In the next second, the mysterious Ghost Empress actually flew out from the depths of the earth in a panic. Rumble. Following that, a giant hand appeared and grabbed the primordial spirit of the mysterious Ghost Empress that flew out. Tian Peng. How dare you? The mysterious Ghost Empress roared angrily, and in the next moment, she let out a shrill cry. In the next moment, she was suddenly grabbed by the giant hand and stuffed into a bloody mouth underground. Chapter 1343. Hong Long Long. The earth split open into a huge fissure, and an extremely huge giant walked out from the depths of the earth under the gaping maw. He was covered in dragon-like scales and had a big belly. He was more than 100 feet tall and had a pair of fleshy wings on his back. When he flapped them, it seemed to split mountains and rivers. However, the strange thing was that he had a pig's nose on his head. His indigo blue mane was like a yiksha. A terrifying aura floated around his body. Canopy, on account of our love in the past, spare me. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. A faintly discernible desolate and sorrowful voice came from his stomach. The darking ghost, Gao Solan, fell into his body and did not die immediately. Darkeen, you be asterisk TCH. When you betrayed me 1,000 years ago and schemed to steal the Grandine Pearl, did you think that you would die in my hands today? The giant laughed strangely, his mouth full of hatred. You be asterisk TCH, you fickle woman. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you married that man as a concubine? You deserve to fall into my hands today. As he roared, his body emitted a boundless dark light. A boundless vortex seemed to be born in his stomach, turning into a huge vortex. Tao of Devour. Qin Feng and Tang Sanzang. The monkey landed and looked into the depths of the huge vortex with his fiery golden eyes. Golden light flickered. After a while, he spoke again. And it's a Tao Lord who has already mastered the Tao of Devour. He should be a Tao Lord of Devour at the first step. At the side, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The Tao of Devour was also one of the postnatal great Taos. Speaking of which, the postnatal Tao of Devour greatly restrained the Tao of Water. However, Qin Feng was currently perfecting the Tao of Water and refining it into a creation Tao seed. Although the Tao of Water was broad and profound, it was still a postnatal Great Tao. Even if it was a Tao integration, the postnatal Great Tao still had to be refined into a Tao seed. After the Tao of Water was refined, there would be several connate Tao seeds corresponding to it. The first was the connate 5 elements Tao seed. The second was the Tao seed of Yin of the connate 5 virtues Tao seed. The last was the creation Tao seed of connate. Since he would have to go to the connate stage sooner or later, he might as well prepare early. Qin Feng's first choice was the Tao seed of creation. Although the Tao of sovereigns and the Tao of Tao fathers were different names for the same level of power, there was still a slight difference in direction. The sovereigns of the spirit sea realm were all in control of good fortune and were able to use a portion of that power. As a cultivator of the great Tao of water, Qin Feng had a deeper understanding of the creation Tao than anyone else, especially since he was in charge of the creator space. However, if he wanted to sublimate his great Tao, he would have to wait until he perfected his Tao foundation. That would be the best time to correct and sublimate one's great Tao. Now, to Qin Feng, the most important thing was not to sublimate the great Tao, but the first step of becoming a Tao Lord. He wanted to evolve a complete system of dermic formulations to complete the 12th grade White Lotus Tao validation formula that he had hastily created. Over the past few days, his progress had been quite fast. With the Chief God Space's full effort in deducing, in addition to the original 15 heavenly laws, the most systematic method of proving one's Tao was rapidly being completed. The cultivation of all techniques returning to Tao was actually not difficult for Qin Feng. He only needed to purify all 15 heavenly laws once, and then transform them into 15 types of Tao, Lord Supreme water-type mystiques. Then, he would successfully step into the first realm of Tao Lord. The White Lotus Spirit Light that he had created from the 12th grade White Lotus Tao validation formula was best at purification and purification. Coupled with the analytical ability of the Chief God Space, he should be able to take the first step and enter the second step in a short period of time. Rumble. In the distance, after the unfamiliar Tao Lord Devourer devoured the dark Yin ghost, a Tao Lord fell silently. At the same time, a strange demon sage appeared where he had been. He had a black face and short hair, a long beak and big ears. He wore a uniform that was neither green nor blue and had a floral handkerchief around his neck. He transformed into his true form and looked at Qin Feng and the monkey with a gentle expression. He was no longer as fierce as before. Canopy Marshal Zhu Ganglai greets the two Taoists. I haven't thanked the two of you yet. If not for the two of you, I might not have been able to take down the Darking Ghost and take revenge for the assassination 1,000 years ago. It's really him, Zhu Beiji. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. He sighed that this place was indeed different from the original journey to the west. Zhu Beiji was actually a half-step golden immortal who cultivated the Tao of devouring. Moreover, it seemed that his means and schemes were abnormally terrifying. Canopy Marshal, you're an immortal of the heavenly court? The monkey's eyes flashed with golden light. That was 1,000 years ago. To tell you the truth, it was because of that *TCH just now. Now, I've been expelled from the heavenly court and have become a lonely ghost in the wilderness. That's right. That's right. Zhu Gonglia's expression was calm and a little self-deprecating. So you're saying that you already knew that the Gao family and the others were scheming against us? The monkey's expression changed and became a little unfriendly. No one would feel good about being set up and becoming a pawn in someone else's plan. Not to mention someone as arrogant as the monkey. He had already taken out his Jingu Bang and was waiting to beat Zhu Ganglai up. Seeing the monkey's expression, Zhu Ganglai hurriedly said, "Great sage, please don't be angry. I had no choice but to do this. You should know that the Darking Ghost is a disciple of the Netherworld Tao ancestor. She is also the concubine of an ancient Tao lord in the river Styx. She has a powerful background. I had no hope of revenge, so I resorted to this. After Zhu Ganglai finished speaking, he bowed again. His etiquette was unusually thorough. Although the monkey was arrogant, he hesitated when he saw this. Qin Feng looked on coldly. Zhu Ganglia's eyes flickered as he stood up and said, "Actually, it's barely enough to say that I set up a trap. It's just that I happened to see that bitch and the people of the sorcerer tribe secretly settling down in the Gao family town. I really didn't know that this woman wanted to murder Elder Tang. After she made her move, I just went with the flow. If you can break the trap set up by the Darking Ghost, then so be it. If you can't, then I can't do anything to her." Zhu Ganglai looked helpless. The monkey sneered, "You have a big mouth and big ears. One look, and I could tell that you're a glib talker. Don't try to show off your glib tongue in front of me." After he finished speaking, the ferocious look on his face faded slightly. "But you did help us. This time I won't argue with you." He turned and walked to the side with a sideways glance. Zhu Ganglai smiled awkwardly when he heard that. After a while, he suddenly came to Tang Sanzang. "Master, I've been waiting for a long time." Seeing this scene, Monkey and Qin Feng looked at each other and were taken aback. Tang Sanzang frowned and looked at Zhu Ganglai. "Benefactor, why do you want to worship me?" Zhu Ganglai bowed again. "Master, you don't know. I was originally one of the 100,000 heavenly river marshals in the heavenly court. I was punished by the Taoist ancestor because I got into big trouble. I was saved by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva instructed me to wait here for the person who wants to obtain the scriptures. I'll become your disciple and listen to your orders to atone for my sins. I've been waiting here for hundreds of years." "I see. Since it's Guanyin Bodhisattva and the radiant Buddha's decree, I'll naturally obey. From today onwards, you'll be my disciple." Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled as he nodded and smiled. "Since you've done good deeds and want to be my disciple, I'll give you a Dharma name. You'll be called Wuning. It seems that you've received the Bodhisattva's precepts and cut off the 5 meat and 3 disgusts. Why don't I give you another name, Beiji?" Chapter 1344. Monkey and Qin Feng exchange glances. Clearly, this Zhu Ganglai was truly at his wit's end. Otherwise, a Tao Lord would definitely not kneel down and acknowledge an expert of the same cultivation realm as him as his master. They wondered which Tao ancestor he had offended for him to be in such a sorry state. With Zhu Ganglai joining the group, the regret of Lu Buqin's death was made up for. The task of carrying the burden fell on this monk with a big mouth and big ears. The group set off once more. Old Master Gao and his family were all harmed by the Mysticine ghost and the witch race. Everyone else in Gaojia town was enveloped in the Mysticine formation. Qin Feng, Monkey, and the others broke the formation in time, and the entire town was only invaded by the Yin Qi. After falling ill, they should be fine, since they had joined the Buddhist sects and had to cultivate external techniques. Qin Feng might as well manifest his Buddha true body before leaving. He released his vast Buddhist powers and spent some effort to prevent these people from being harmed. At the same time, he cleaned up the earth veins within 1,000 miles. The remnants of the mystic Yin formation would attract wandering ghosts in the future. If they were not dealt with, it would lead to a disaster sooner or later. With Qin Feng's methods, there would be no more future troubles. Furthermore, with the deterrence of the true Buddha's aura, ordinary evil beings would not dare to approach. This could be considered as protecting the peace of this place. Before they left, many of the Gaojia town's gentry worked together to build a shrine for the master and his disciples, worshipping them day and night. Because of its effectiveness, it became a famous scenic spot in the future. After leaving Gaojia village, the group traveled day and night. In the past half a month, many people coveted the benefits of journey to the west and joined them. In total, there were 7 to 8 more people. The group of more than 10 people was rather lively. However, with Lu Buqin as an example, the core of the group was still Qin Feng, Monkey, Tang Sanzang, and Zhu Ganglai. The others could not get close. They could only wander outside and form groups of 2 or 3, each with their own ulterior motives. Qin Feng, Monkey, and the others watched coldly. At that moment, Qin Feng roughly knew that there were only 5 places on the journey to the west. He was afraid that it was not true. As long as someone could reach Heaven Span, regardless of whether it was a single person or a group of people, they would most likely receive blessings and blessings. In such an environment, it was inevitable that some people would sneak in to hitch a ride. This behavior was truly infuriating. However, most of these people had their own backgrounds. There was no lack of second-generation disciples from some large factions who had tried to sneak in and freeload off of these people's merit and luck. In short, gilding. Qin Feng, Monkey, Zhu Ganglai, and the others were infuriated. Being taken advantage of like this, even a clay figurine would be angry. But anger was anger. If they killed him, it would not do them any good. Instead, it would increase the difficulty of their journey to the west. When they passed by Stupa Mountain, the group met a Zen master on top of an ancient tree. This Zen master called himself Zen Master Wuchao and gave Tang Sanzang a sutra, the Heart Sutra. He claimed that there was demonic miasma, but reciting this sutra would not cause any harm. Apart from that, he also gave Qin Feng a Vairocana's secret palm seal. The Zen master smiled and said that it was a good karma. At the same time, Monkey also benefited and was given a diamond sutra. Apart from the 3 of them, the others did not receive such benefits and were ignored. Everyone looked at Tang Sanzang, Qin Feng, Monkey, and the others with jealousy and envy. Among the group, there was no lack of people with backgrounds or were disciples of various great Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestors. Many people knew that Zen Master Wuchao was an incarnation of Vairocana Buddha, one of the 10 great Buddhist ancestors. Vairocana Buddha attained the Tao during the Middle Ages. He was a postnatal Buddha born from the postnatal Tao of Flames. This Buddha was also the source of one of the branches of Numinous Mountain and had incredible power. Receiving a gift from his incarnation was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Many people were burning with murderous intent, and their eyes flickered with coldness. This old monk is quite polite. After crossing the Stupa Mountain, the monkey was still muttering to himself. He held the Diamond Sutra in his hand, and there was no lack of joy in his ferocious eyes. He realized that the Diamond Sutra contained a portion of Dharmic arts that would be extremely beneficial to him. Qin Feng was also comprehending the Vairocana's secret palm seal. The book contained many powerful Buddhist hand gestures, including the supreme hand gestures of the Vairocana sect created by Mahavairocana. For example, the Vairocana Dharma palm seal, the 3 realms womb seal, and so on were extremely powerful and were extremely beneficial to Qin Feng, who had just joined the Buddhist sect. This was not a small favor. Qin Feng was secretly impressed by the generosity of this Buddhist ancestor and could not help but sigh. After passing the Stupa Mountain, they traveled for another half a month before they arrived before a steep mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was extremely steep, barren, and unruly. The height of the mountain ridge seemed to be the ancient Buzhou Mountain. "Where are we now?" "Elder, we have arrived at the Yellow Wind Ridge," someone at the side replied lazily. On horseback, Tang Sanzang's complexion looked much better. In the past half a month, Tang Sanzang would occasionally recite the Heart Sutra that Zen Master Wuchao had given him. A little spiritual light in his sea of consciousness condensed again. Even the 5 decay of heaven and man and the backlash of the heavens could not do anything to this spiritual light. The Supreme Heart Sutra was indeed extremely mysterious and had an inconceivable power. In Qin Feng's opinion, although this Supreme Heart Sutra could not restore Tang Sanzang's strength, in the long run, he would not have to worry about the 5 decay of heaven and man acting up and dying at any time. Yellow Wind Ridge? Hearing this voice, Qin Feng woke up from his immersion in comprehending the Vairocana's secret palm seal. Yellow Wind Ridge. Why does it sound so familiar? Rumble. At this moment, his expression changed. The monkey beside him also instinctively appeared in front of Tang Sanzang on the white horse. Everyone raised their heads and heard a shrill howl that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods from the mountain range. In the next moment, a pale yellow gale swept over like a torrent. Everyone was thrown off their horses. It was as if the giant mountain range was also trembling under the terrifying gale and could collapse at any time. Amidst the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, Qin Feng saw many people who had come to leech off merit being torn apart by the yellow gale. Their divine bodies and primordial spirits were instantly reduced to dust. Be careful. Qin Feng's expression also changed drastically. He only had time to hear the monkey's warning before his entire body was swept into the gale that suddenly swept over. It was as if a soul-crushing and bone-eroding force had wrapped around the yellow gale, breaking his copper skin and iron bones. It firmly entangled him and made him unable to move. He felt an intense pain all over his body, as if his skin was being torn apart. His skin, which could withstand innate spiritual treasures, was actually being torn apart by the gale, turning his flesh into a bloody mess. He could not even open his eyes. His 5 senses seemed to have been completely lost in the gale, leaving only a faint spiritual light. He exerted all his strength to activate the Buddhist light all over his body. The formless Buddhist light turned into white lotuses to block the gale. He could vaguely see that the monkey was leaning on the golden-hooped rod with his eyes closed, standing tall in the gale. On the other side, Tang Sanzang's figure was forced to transform into a gale of yellow wind that rushed into the depths of the mountain range and disappeared. Chapter 1345. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. His essence spirit leaped out from the top of his head and turned into a white cloud. The aura of purification and creation flew out like the spring wind and rain. The endless yellow wind seemed to have disappeared completely, melted by the divine light. Rumble. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. On the other side, the monkey raised his Jingu Bang and smashed the wind. He happened to see Qin Feng, who had broken free. The two of them looked gloomy as they looked into the depths of the mountain. This was the second time the monk had been kidnapped, and it was in front of the two of them. Supreme mystique, connate, divine wind. The monkey's fierce eyes turned red. They were red because of the strong wind. The Tao fruit, auspicious cloud above Qin Feng's head gradually retracted into his body. The Tao fruit, auspicious cloud was condensed from the essence spirit's understanding of the great Tao. It represented the changes in one's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, the Tao fruit, auspicious cloud could only be manifested by Tao lords, Buddhas, or demon sages who were half-step golden immortals and above. Generally speaking, only half-step golden immortals like Tao lords could master supreme mystiques. However, there were exceptions to this. There were also people who obtained unique treasures and cultivated supreme divine abilities by chance. Such a terrifying connate divine wind that could harm half-step golden immortals. At that moment, there was an invisible fluctuation from the side. Zhu Ganglai had also broken free from the connate divine wind. However, other than the three of them and the white dragon horse, the others were all reduced to dust by the connate divine wind that could destroy all living things. To a certain extent, it saved the three of them a lot of trouble. What do we do now? Zhu Beiji looked at the monkey and Qin Feng. Zhu Beiji could not hide the hint of anger in his eyes. Compared to the monkey and Qin Feng, Zhu Beiji placed all his hopes on the monk. He was afraid that something would happen to the monk. If the monk died, his new backer would be gone, and he would not be able to enter the Buddhist sect. Without a backer, the Moon Frost Tao ancestor would soon find trouble with him. The monkey glanced at Zhu Beiji. You don't have to worry too much. The little monk has the protection of the 3 treasures and the multi-heart sutra that was given to him by Gautama Buddha. Ordinary demons won't be able to do anything to him. Just wait for me, old son, to investigate and see what kind of demon dared to kidnap the little monk. The more the monkey spoke, the sharpness in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey's figure disappeared. Bajia, you stay here and keep an eye on the luggage. I'll go help Monkey. A strange light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. With a flash of his body, he too vanished from the spot. Although the Demon King's demon's cave, it was not enough to stop Qin Feng. A moment later, a demon cave appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. There were green mountains and clear waters and green trees that provided shade. However, the demon cave was filled with demonic qi, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. Where did this monk come from? How dare he cause trouble in front of the Yellow Wind Cave? Qin Feng did not hide himself. The moment he appeared, a group of demons discovered his tracks and rushed over anxiously. All the lesser demons had greedy looks in their eyes. These lesser demons knew that the flesh and blood of cultivators were priceless treasures comparable to elixirs for demons. All of them were impatient. It was rare to see cultivators around the Yellow Wind Ridge, and those who came knocking were even rarer. Qin Feng looked at the demonic winds that were rushing over and sneered. A white lotus divine light flew out from the depths of the Dao fruit auspicious cloud behind him. Wherever it passed, thousands of lesser demons were instantly purified by the divine light. The white lotus divine light was the intrinsic divine light cultivated from the 12th grade White Lotus Dao validation art. Its full name was the 12th grade Purifying Divine Light. The divine light contained the 15 profundities of the water element true intent. Its power was unparalleled. This terrifying divine light was not something that mere lesser demons who were not even at the Demon King realm could withstand. After dealing with the lesser demons, Qin Feng's eyes were as cold as blades. He locked onto the demon's cave entrance and punched out. Boom! The entire cave doors suddenly exploded and shattered into pieces. Amidst the violent tremors, the lesser demons deep in the cave abode, including the Yellow Wind Demon, were shocked. Then, they flew into a rage. Someone had smashed through the cave entrance. This was a slap in the face. What the hell is that kid doing? How can he be so reckless? Monkey, who had transformed into a lesser demon, was also bewildered. However, this was also an opportunity for him. He could use this opportunity to rescue the monk while the Yellow Wind King was distracted. The Yellow Wind King ran to the entrance and was immediately greeted with a horrifying scene. A black-haired, black-robed traveler walked in from the entrance. White divine light brushed past like a waterfall. Everywhere it passed, the demon cave was like a plate that had been licked dry. Not a single blade of grass grew. He was like a god or a demon. 3 flavors divine wind. The Yellow Wind King's face was ashen. An alms bowl appeared in his hand, and yellow sand billowed out. A gust of wind surged out his mouth, but the next moment, his face was filled with horror. He suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was frozen in the void. A gust of innate 3 flavors divine wind surged in his throat, but he no longer had the chance. When he raised his head, a large patch of pure, white divine light swept past him. His body was suddenly smashed into countless pieces by the divine light. A mere demon king wants to rely on a supreme divine ability to compete with a Tao Lord? How naive. A cold voice sounded. This was the last voice the Yellow Wind King heard. At this moment, a figure silently appeared at the spot where the Yellow Wind King's body was smashed. Qin Feng had a cold smile on his face. This Yellow Wind King was very weak. All he relied on was an innate divine wind. Unlike the monkey, Qin Feng wouldn't give this Demon King a chance to use his divine wind. Qin Feng glanced around, and his gaze landed on a strange stone that belonged to the Yellow Wind King. The Yellow Wind King's entire body was shattered by the divine light, but the stone on its body fell out. To be able to remain intact under the full force of the grade 12 tranquil disintegration divine light, it must be a rare treasure. The stone looked extremely exquisite and smooth. One could see with the naked eye that it had 9 orifices and 8 holes. Countless tiny streams of innate qi flowed through the orifices. Innate treasure, innate divine wind. The innate 9 orifices wind origin stone. Qin Feng revealed a strange expression as a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although the innate 9 orifices wind origin stone wasn't an innate spiritual treasure, it was still an innate wondrous object. It contained a strand of innate wind origin stone. If a cultivator of the wind Tao were to obtain it, they could easily cultivate a few terrifyingly powerful supreme techniques. No wonder the Yellow Wind King was able to cultivate such a terrifying innate divine wind. What a great fortune! Qin Feng casually put the stone away. On the other side, the remaining demon kings stared blankly at their king being smashed into pieces. In the next moment, the cave dwelling erupted into chaos. Our king is dead. Run! Run! The group of little demons were like headless flies as they rushed towards the depths of the abode in shock and fled in all directions through various hidden caves. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with those demon kings. Using his spiritual will, the monkey had already found Tang Sanzang. He decided to use this opportunity to search the demon cave. Unfortunately, other than some ginseng and lingji, there was nothing good in the demon cave. Moments later, Monkey came out with Tang Sanzang. Qin Feng decided to set the entire Yellow Wind Cave on fire and turn it upside down. Looking at the smoking cave dwelling, Monkey glanced at Qin Feng with a strange expression before leaving with Tang Sanzang. The four of them gathered at the foot of the mountain. After a short rest, the group continued on their journey. In the past half a month, as they approached the river Quicksand, Qin Feng gradually reached the threshold of the first step of Tao, Lord's infinite techniques returning to Tao. Chapter 1346. Qin Feng had mastered a total of 15 water-type heavenly laws. They were life absorption, black water devouring, endless whirlpool, one origin bombardment, water curtain lotus, tears of Xianming, indestructible star, oblivion 3 lives, 30,000 miles of ice, merciless time, 9 underworld annihilation, 9 suns illumination, 10,000 spirits transformation, heaven's true body, and infinite creation. The last infinite creation was derived from the innate galaxy's starlight martial soul. The heaven's true body, 9 suns illumination, was derived from the innate blood river primordial water and innate 9 suns primordial water in Pharaon world. The 15 water-type heavenly laws formed Qin Feng's water-type Imperial Emperor Foundation. When Qin Feng entered the Eldritch world, he converted all his foundations into Buddhism in order to adapt to the Eldritch world. The 15 water-type heavenly laws were converted into the corresponding 15 supreme mystiques. In the Eldritch world, supreme mystiques and heavenly laws were of the same level. However, each place had a different name. The return of all arts to Tao was to sort out one's foundations and purify the energy of other elements into one. This was to prevent the Tao seed, great Tao law, from being impure and resulting in an impure Tao foundation, which would lead to a failure in Tao unification. For many Tao lords, the all laws return to the Tao wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Although this step wouldn't be dangerous, this step was the foundation of a tall building, and also the choice of one's path. Naturally, it was also very important. If one chose the right path, they would reap endless benefits. If he went astray, then he would be burying himself with a seed of eternal damnation. Ordinary Tao lords would go through tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years of deliberation. After confirming that there was no doubt about the path, they would choose to take the next step. Currently, Qin Feng had also experienced 5 to 6 complete void worlds. Among them, a few of his clones had firmly occupied a sacred position. His spirit and Tao had merged. He indeed had an advantage in this aspect. With the gods and the master god space working together to develop Tao techniques, his speed was countless times faster than ordinary Tao lords. However, half a year ago, he had perfectly corrected his Tao technique foundation. Half a month ago, the 15 heavenly laws had been completely purified into a pure water elemental foundation. The laws of stars, power, time, destruction, baleful chi, and other miscellaneous laws were all refined and purified. Only the pure water elemental great Tao of creation and water elemental true intent were left. They were all added into the Tao fruits, auspicious cloud, and replenished the source. However, out of caution, Qin Feng did not immediately enter this step. Instead, he repeatedly verified it countless times to get rid of the false and retain the true. Only when there was no error in the results of each verification did he step into this step. Above the mountain ridge, on the bank of a large river, Qin Feng, who was sitting on a reef by the river, suddenly emitted a pure white divine light. The pure white divine light was like a long river, but also like a river of stars. It was vast and mighty, as if it could purify heaven and earth, melt away all impurities, and create all things. This scene was extremely shocking and alarmed many cultivators in the surroundings. With just a glance, they saw a celestial river rushing into the sky, shaking the clouds. It was extremely shocking. This Junior Brothers Foundation is really pure. At the side, Tang Sanzang looked up and smiled when he saw this scene. All laws returned to Tao. On the other side, Zhu Beiji had a strange expression. He was a Tao Lord who had stepped into the first step long ago, so he was not unfamiliar with this scene. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The aura of the laws of the great Tao that Qin Feng exuded was clearly much purer than when he had first entered the first step. In his opinion, many Tao Lords who had gone through tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to purify their great Tao were only at this level. There's hope for the great Tao. There's hope for the great Tao. Zhu Beiji was secretly envious and sighed softly. Without a doubt, the purer one's great Tao foundation was, the easier the final Tao unification would be. However, although the first step was not dangerous, which Tao Lord could resist tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years of polishing, one had to know that there was only one great Tao in this world, but there were many Tao Lords who cultivated the same great Tao. There were too many monks and too little porridge. Using such a long time to polish one's foundation, one was not afraid of being surpassed by others and reaching the Tao unification first. According to Zhu Beiji's knowledge, there were many half-step golden immortals who cultivated the water element, not limited to the three sects, West Earth Spirit Mountain Buddhist sect, or the Underworld, North Sea, and many other primordial Tao temples. On the mountain ridge, Qin Feng opened his eyes. In his eyes, it was as if he could see the boundless ocean and the surging river. A majestic force appeared from his not-so-majestic divine body, as if it could sweep through the galaxy. At this moment, he felt as if all his water element divine powers had fused with his body. They were condensed into one and could change freely. There were no shackles or other great Tao feelings. It was as if he was the boundless river that nourished all things and could turn into a world-destroying torrent with a single thought. All laws returned to Tao was the first step of becoming a Tao Lord. The second step was to perfect one's Tao foundation. It was to make one's Tao fruit auspicious cloud more and more similar to the great Tao. A simple explanation was to witness the various true meanings and mysteries of the great Tao of water. However, in this step, Qin Feng had to sublimate the postnatal water Tao seed into the connate creation Tao seed. It was to deduce a true inheritance that was most suitable for him and corresponded to the connate creation Tao seed. After that, he had to witness the 236 types of postnatal true meanings under the connate creation Tao seed. Only then could he perfect his Tao foundation and complete the second step of cultivation. Obviously, this would take an extremely long time. However, he could also find some treasures that contained the great Tao's origin, or a mystic realm that contained the great Tao's origin. Connate treasures could speed up the process. If it was an ordinary person, it would take at least a few thousand years to complete. However, for Qin Feng, this time could be shortened by 1,000 times or even 10,000 times. His several identities were the saints of other void universes. He was one with the Tao and comprehended the great Tao's origin. To him, this was a unique condition. Other Tao lords had only one method in the primeval world. At most, they could obtain the heaven-earth karmic position in the heavenly court and use it to comprehend the great Tao's origin. This method was far inferior to Qin Feng's, who had 4 or 5 complete void universes. Although the void universes below the creator space were many levels lower than the primeval void, the great Tao laws of these 4 or 5 void universes were basically complete and would not affect anything. Qin Feng believed that it would not be long before the true inheritance of the Khanate creation Tao was condensed. Breaking through to the first step of becoming a Tao Lord was just a small interlude on the road. A few days later, the master and disciples arrived in front of the quicksand river. 800 quicksand worlds, 3,000 weak waters. Goose feathers cannot float. Reed flowers sink. Chapter 1347. Qin Feng glanced at the unfamiliar immortals who were reciting those words. They were unfamiliar immortals who came from some famous grotto heaven in the Central Plains. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but they were all water elemental heavenly immortals. They seemed to have come for the calamity of the quicksand river. "Uncle Master, you seem to be interested in these immortals?" An affectionate voice came from the side. Qin Feng turned around. "Zhu Beiji." Qin Feng acknowledged Tang Sanzang as a senior brother. As Tang Sanzang's disciple, Zhu Beiji naturally addressed Qin Feng as Uncle Master. It was hard to imagine that a powerful second-step Tao Lord would address a first-step Tao Lord as Uncle Master in such a natural manner. It could only be described as extremely shrewd. With an indifferent expression, Zhu Beiji looked at the immortals who were brimming with immortal energy. These are the heavenly immortals of the Central Plains' 72 grotto heavens. Many of them are disciples of the Tao ancestors. There are many Tao ancestors these days. Any random person can be called a disciple of a Tao ancestor. The disciples of a Tao ancestor aren't worth much now. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Zhu Beiji couldn't help but laugh. This Uncle Master was quite interesting. However, this was the truth. In fact, apart from the direct disciples of the Tao ancestors, no one would care about the sects founded by these nameless disciples. Moreover, to a certain extent, they were all Buddhists. With the support of the 10 Buddhas, they were fearless, let alone killing these nameless people. Even if they killed 1 or 2 true disciples, the Buddhist ancestors would bear the responsibility. All right, stop sighing. Let's think about how to cross the river. At the side, the monkey's fierce eyes were filled with impatience. 800 kilometers of quicksand, 3,000 weak waters. A goose feather can't float, but a reed flower will sink. This wasn't an empty statement. The water in the quicksand river wasn't ordinary river water. It was tainted with a trace of weak water essence. Weak water, strong poison, chaotic gravity. Ordinary people would be fine if they drank this kind of water. However, cultivators would easily be poisoned to death by the weak water's poison. These cultivators would definitely not be trapped by this quicksand river. However, Tang Sanzang was the main character now. The journey to the west had to be completed step by step. Great sage, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Before we came here, our master had already made plans for this matter. On the side, an immortal laughed when he heard this. This immortal was wearing a black robe, a high crown, and a wide belt. He looked like a transcendent being, and he seemed unusually confident. Qin Feng swept him with his gaze. Zhu Beiji had told him before that this person came from Mount Qingyu Eden. His name was Adept Floating Cloud, and he was the previous master of Mount Qingyu Eden. He was a water elemental, celestial, immortal, who cultivated in the Qi mountain scripture of scenery, a technique that pointed directly to the grand Tao of water elemental, celestial immortals. Taoist Floating Cloud laughed. In the Qingyu mountain cave, there has been a Dharma treasure called the spiritual ruin boat since ancient times. This boat is mysterious and unparalleled. It was created by the first-generation patriarch of the Qingyu Mountain Cave, immortal Lu Ziguang, using a supreme secret technique. It doesn't matter if it's the Ruo River, the Heavenly River, or even the Underworld River or the Blood River. This boat can cross anything. Seeing Taoist Master Floating Cloud open his mouth, the complexions of two immortals in the group of a dozen or so people slightly changed. They secretly regretted that Taoist Floating Cloud had taken the initiative. Between Taoist Floating Cloud's words and laughter, a small azure boat appeared in his hand. He lightly blew a mouthful of immortal qi and tossed it into the air. Instantly, it transformed into a small and exquisite boat that could accommodate dozens of people. The boat stood on the Ruo River, but the strange thing was that the boat could actually float in the Ruo River where even a goose feather couldn't float. Good treasure, good treasure. Many immortals clapped their hands and exclaimed in admiration. Zhu Beiji's complexion was somewhat dull, even disdainful. In the past, as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River Navy, he had seen all kinds of large and small boats. Among them, there were even quite a few divine boats that claimed to be able to swim across the void world. Elder, get on the boat. Taoist Floating Cloud looked at Tang Sanzang, Qin Feng, the monkey, Zhu Beiji, and the others with a smile on his face, unable to conceal a trace of pride. Boom! At this moment, in the boundless surface of the quicksand river, an invisible whirlpool appeared. Taoist Floating Cloud's complexion changed greatly. Under everyone's gazes, the spiritual ruined boat silently sank into the water. My treasure! In the next moment, Taoist Floating Cloud let out a miserable scream and flew into a rage. Who the hell stole my treasure? My Qingyu Mountain Grotto Heaven and you are irreconcilable. Amidst his furious roar, countless spiritual lights and divine lightning appeared on his body and bombarded the river surface. The water exploded, emitting countless silent sounds of thunder, but there was no movement. Damn it! Taoist Floating Cloud's complexion was extremely gloomy. Slightly gritting his teeth, he glanced at Tang Sanzang, Qin Feng, the monkey, and Zhu Beiji. It was all their fault. Not only did he not obtain merit, but he also lost the supreme treasure of his sect. In just an instant, he hated the four of them. The monkey, Qin Feng, and Zhu Beiji were all Tao Lords. How could they not sense this sliver of hatred and murderous intent? The three of them glanced at each other. A strange expression flashed across their faces, but they all saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Taoist Floating Cloud suffered a double loss. The immortals on the side sneered. Now, what other treasures do you have? Take them all out, but be careful. I'm afraid there's something fishy hidden in this quicksand river. Don't be like this Floating Cloud and lose your treasures. You still have to hate us. The monkey said indifferently, his voice slightly colder. As soon as these words came out, Floating Cloud's face changed, and a trace of hatred flashed past. The immortals on the side glanced at Floating Cloud, who had an extremely bad expression, and smiled. One of the immortals said, I am Ling Yunzi of Mount Danxia Grotto Heaven. I also have a treasure called the revered Seven Seas Secret Banner, the Great Dragon Chimera. It was a secret technique obtained by the sect's ancestor when he was listening to the Tao of the innate Yin-Yang Tao ancestor in Baiying Heaven. This treasure is a supreme treasure of the water, and it is also not afraid of the power of the weak water. As his voice fell, a small dragon chimera appeared in his hand. It was earthy yellow and looked abnormally exquisite. A strange aura of a forbidden technique circulated within it. There were countless dragon scales on the surface of this dragon chimera. With a flash of light, it entered the quicksand river and instantly turned into a huge ship with the appearance of a dragon chimera. It was like a submarine, and it actually sank into the water and traveled underwater. And its speed was extremely fast. This is a good treasure. The monkey's eyes lit up. Hearing the monkey's exaggeration, a touch of joy appeared on the face of the immortal called Ling Yunzi. To be able to get the praise of the great sage, heaven's equal in the past, this was a matter of double the face. However, in the next moment, his face was stunned, and he suddenly covered his head and let out a painful cry. He felt that his primordial spirit imprint in the great dragon chimera of the revered Seven Seas secret banner was suddenly obliterated. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Dragon chimera, dragon chimera. His face was pale, and he struggled to sit on the ground, pointing at the quicksand river. At this time, the group discovered that the great dragon chimera of the revered Seven Seas secret banner, floating above the quicksand river, had completely disappeared. It seems that across this quicksand river, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Seeing this scene, many immortals frowned. The monkey's face was also ugly. Clearly, there was something fishy in the depths of the quicksand river. For a moment, everyone held back their thoughts of showing off their skills. This quicksand river was a bottomless pit, and there was no way out. Monkey, let me do it. At this time, a faint voice was heard. Everyone turned and looked in the direction of the voice, landing on a figure that was like the moon in the clouds. Chapter 1348. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Qinfeng. Fellow Taoist, don't try to show off. There must be a powerful cultivator living in the depths of the quicksand river. Don't anger that person and implicate us. Someone sneered. Since you're afraid of implicating us, then get lost. Why stay here? Qinfeng looked coldly at the person who mocked the hot wind. You. That immortal's face turned purple. He didn't expect Qinfeng to directly fall out with him and not give him face. For a moment, he pointed at Qinfeng and was so angry that he couldn't speak. However, he didn't dare to provoke this Tao Lord. Qinfeng ignored this person and directly stepped forward, glancing at the quicksand river. That sand monk was hiding in the depths of the quicksand river and secretly plotting against him. It was really a headache. Ordinary people really can't do anything to you. I might have to follow the original method and ask one in Bodhisattva to help. But with me, Qinfeng sneered and stretched out a hand. Under everyone's shocked expressions, the endless quicksand river's surface was visible to the naked eye. Countless water lights gathered in Qinfeng's hand like gravel. A black water ball appeared in his hand, which seemed to be a bottomless abyss. In just a moment, the endless quicksand river seemed to have lowered the water level by more than 100 feet. If this continued, even if the quicksand river was tens of thousands of feet deep, it would be sucked dry. Amazing, kid. This move of yours can be said to be taking drastic measures. Seeing Qinfeng's move, the monkey laughed. What a powerful move. At the side, many immortals looked extremely frightened when they saw this scene. Ordinary immortals were capable of harvesting ordinary rivers as well. However, the quicksand river in front of them was extraordinary. Not only was the source of the river far stronger than ordinary rivers, but more importantly, it contained a wisp of weak water source. This wisp of weak water source was extremely poisonous to cultivators. Ordinary numinous treasures would be contaminated and have their spirituality corroded. Ordinary immortals would be poisoned to death if they were directly collected like this. On the side, Zhu Beiji also looked at Qinfeng with a strange expression. This cheap little martial uncle was even more terrifying than he had imagined. A moment later, more than half of the entire quicksand river was sucked dry. The vast and boundless river surface looked much more spacious. It wouldn't be long before the riverbed was exposed. Monkey, be careful. He's coming out. At this moment, Qinfeng spoke, reminding the monkey beside him. Kid, just do as you please. At the side, Monkey's face was cold, and his Jingu Bang had already appeared in his hand. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a boundless black light flew out from the depths of the quicksand river. It was like a bolt of lightning bursting out from the water. A pair of extremely vicious eyes stared at Qinfeng. Several extremely terrifying sword lights flew out from the side and slashed towards Qinfeng. How dare you? The monkey let out a tyrannical laugh. In an instant, countless cudgel shadows appeared before Qinfeng. The heavy force seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and the earth. Numerous pitch-black and extremely sharp sword lights were suddenly knocked away. Qin Feng's nose twitched slightly, and an intense sweet smell wafted over. With just a slight sniff, his expression changed. Careful, the sword lights are poisonous. But it was already too late. For pitch-black rays passed by, and the 10 or so immortals behind Qin Feng were suddenly paralyzed amidst their screams. Several pitch-black sword lights cut through them, and in their terror, they turned into pus and blood. On the other side, Zhu Beiji's face was also black, caused by the poisonous gas in the sword lights. However, he was a Tao Lord after all. Another silver light appeared in his body. Connate spiritual treasure, extreme Een pearl. Layers of pitch-black blood mist erupted from the surface of his body. The pitch-black poisonous mist spread out. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding rocks were like soft tofu, softening and collapsing layer by layer. Huge craters appeared in the ground. The monkey's body was covered in golden red flames, and he was like a god of war in flames. The boundless flames had the power to sweep through the heavens, and the surrounding poisonous gas was completely burned away, preventing it from getting close to him. His eyes coldly looked at a demon that had appeared on the quicksand river in the distance. His purple face and black lips made him look like an Azura from hell. 9 huge white skulls hung from his neck, and he sneered as he looked at the group of people. In his hand was a treasured staff of truth, and it was completely black. A dense, poisonous, spiritual light surrounded him, and 4 pitch-black sword lights appeared. 4 innate, poisonous sword embryos appeared, and their power was boundless. The boundless river water was dyed into a poisonous area. His appearance was truly extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he killed all of the immortals who had come to help him. This Lao Sha is actually so ferocious. Seeing this person, Qin Feng was truly shocked. According to the original text, Lao Sha was only a middle-aged man, but now he was extremely ferocious. Moreover, he seemed to be a half-step golden immortal who had cultivated the postnatal great Tao of poison. At this moment, Qin Feng had already stopped what he was doing. No one is allowed to cross the quicksand river. Otherwise, you will have to ask the weapon in my hand. Monk Sha looked at Tang Sanzang and the others with an extremely cold gaze. Amidst his ferocity, there was a hint of fear, especially when it landed on Qin Feng. Just now, this person had almost taken away his nest. The 3 of them looked at each other and communicated secretly with their eyes. Zhu Beiji took the lead and bowed. Fellow Taoist, greetings to you. I have always heard that there is a great divine master in the quicksand river. His divine powers are boundless, but I have never come to visit him. This time, I hope he can make things easy for us. We are monks from the Tang Kingdom of the East who are on our way to the West to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. We are passing by this precious place, so I hope you can make way for us to go west. After saying that, Zhu Beiji put his palms together and bowed again. Monks from the Tang Kingdom of the East. Monk Sha's expression was a little strange. His gaze swept across the crowd, especially Qin Feng, the monkey, and Zhu Beiji. These 3 were rare, half-step golden immortals, and their strength was not inferior to his. In particular, the monkey, who was at the 3rd step of the great Tao of strength, was far more powerful than him, giving him a lot of pressure. His gaze landed on Qin Feng. If not for this person, with the quicksand river as his hiding place, he might not be afraid of the monkey. However, with this person taking away his nest, he really did not have the ability to stop him. Don't let him escape. At this moment, Tang Sanzang suddenly stood up. He stared at Lao Sha in the air, looking extremely angry. Everyone looked at Tang Sanzang, who was suddenly enraged. Master, what's wrong? Zhu Beiji was puzzled and could not help but ask. This monk has the golden body of my 9 lives. This monk has harmed me for 9 lives. When he said that, Qin Feng and Zhu Beiji were enlightened. Tang Sanzang was the 3rd disciple of the Gautama Buddha in the Western Pure Land, the Golden Cicada. Including this life, he had lived 10 lives, and this was the 10th time he had gone to the West to seek scriptures. However, in the previous 9 lives, Although he was an eminent monk and cultivated boundless Buddhist dharma, he had run to the quicksand river every time, and it seemed that he was harmed by monk Sha. 9 lives were eaten by Lao Sha one after another. Even Buddha was angry. No wonder Tang Sanzang's face turned purple, and he was seething with anger, afraid that Zhu Beiji, the monkey, Qin Feng, and the rest would not use their full strength. Tang Sanzang added another weight. After retrieving the golden body of the 9 lives, the corrosion of the 5 decay of heaven and man will be further weakened. When he said that, Qin Feng, the monkey, and Zhu Beiji trembled. His eyes were fixed on Monk Sha, and his killing intent was as sharp as an ancient cold current. Do it. The monkey disappeared, and in the next moment, Monk Sha's face turned pale. An extremely terrifying staff suddenly came crashing down on his head. Chapter 1349. In terms of speed, even Qin Feng couldn't be compared to the monkey. Monk Sha's reaction was extremely fast as well. He instinctively blocked with his Trunish treasure staff above his head, but he was still sent flying by the terrifying staff. One could see that his hand was bent unnaturally. His arm was broken. Right at this moment, a ring of black and white divine light flowed around Zhu Beiji's body, forming a bottomless hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world and the void. It suddenly flew down and crashed into Monk Sha, who was flying backward. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of extremely dense black poisonous divine light flickered on Monk Sha's body. The 4 sword embryos around him intertwined and slashed, causing the layers of black and white divine light to shake violently. Qin Feng didn't make a move. Although Monk Sha was strong, he might not be able to defeat any of the 3 in a one-on-one battle. He didn't need to make a move himself. Zhu Beiji's expression didn't change as he sneered. This was the black and white light of the chaotic whole. It was formed from his Tao, fruit, auspicious cloud. The chaotic whole, grand heaven, auspicious cloud. It contained the true meaning of the devouring great Tao and was his natal divine light, his special abhijna. Every time the divine light rotated, it could devour 12,000 years of primordial spirit mana. In just a few rounds, it could turn Monk Sha's cultivation into flowing water and devour him. The supreme abhijna, extended from the poisoned great Tao, was extremely powerful, but was naturally restrained by the devouring great Tao. The 4 incomparably poisonous innate treasured swords were restrained. Monk Sha waved his Trunish treasure staff and roared in anger. However, he couldn't escape from the chaotic whole, grand heaven divine light. Qin Feng and a monkey walked over and watched this scene coldly. They watched as Monk Sha's aura weakened day by day. Everyone, please wait. At this moment, an auspicious cloud flew over from the horizon. Sanskrit chants sounded and purple clouds filled the sky. On the auspicious cloud, a bodhisattva with a face like the full moon walked out. The surrounding pressure intensified as the mighty Buddhist light came from the west. The believers on both sides of the quicksand river could see it. Wanderer Hui and Muza. He was the direct disciple of the radiant Buddha, Wanderer Huiyin, the son of pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the celestial court. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the auspicious cloud. That was a bodhisattva who had attained the bodhisattva fruit of Buddhism. Golden cicada, great sage, please spare the curtain lifting general's life for my sake. Muza looked at the 4 people with a slight smile on his face. Qin Feng felt that when the bodhisattva's gaze swept past him, he seemed to have taken another look at him. Traveling monk Huiyin, who is this demon to you? Why are you standing up for him? The monkey's expression was stern and questioning. The ferocious light in his eyes was faintly discernible. A mere bodhisattva's face meant nothing to him. Although this bodhisattva was a personal disciple of the Buddha, he was still a bodhisattva. On the other side, Zhu Beiji and Qin Feng wore cold expressions as well. Since they had already offended this Tao, Lord of Poison, They might as well get rid of him once and for all. Traveling monk Huiyin took a glance at the three of them. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes, followed by a trace of helplessness. The three of them were all Dao lords and were destined to join the Buddhist sects in the future. They might even complete the journey to the West and attain the Tao with the overwhelming merit of the journey to the West. Even if they didn't attain the Bodhisattva fruit, they wouldn't be able to escape. On Spirited Mountain, their statuses might even be higher than his in the future. He looked at Tang Sanzang and said kindly, "Golden Cicada, even though Sha Wujing has eaten you for 9 lifetimes, he is fated to be your disciple. This is a fate bestowed by the heavens and can be a protector on your journey to the West. I hope you will reconsider." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression changed. In an instant, his gaze shifted. Within the chaotic whole, great firmament divine light, a pure and flawless black Sarira, was born from Sha Wujing's body. The Buddhist light was incomparably pure, as though it contained the poison of all living things. The poison of love and the poison of immortals were manifested within it. Even though it was vicious, it was incomparably pure. Vaguely, Tang Sanzang saw the shadow of his inheritance on Sha Wujing. Tang Sanzang's expression turned strange. It was as though Sha Wujing had eaten him for 9 lifetimes and obtained a portion of his Buddhist inheritance. Moreover, it was precisely because Sha Wujing had eaten his 9 lifetimes that he was able to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. Most importantly, Tang Sanzang circulated his spiritual light and vaguely sensed that the poisonous Dao seed condensed by the demon sage wasn't any ordinary poison in the world. Instead, it was the 5 poisons of greed, anger, and foolishness that Buddhism had mentioned. These 5 poisons were a great calamity that all Buddhas would encounter. It could be said that Sha Wujing was fated to be with Buddhism. He was indeed fated to be with Sha Wujing. If he could accept Sha Wujing as his disciple and teach him well, he would definitely obtain a significant amount of Buddhist merit. It would also be helpful to the rise of Buddhism. However, if he killed Sha Wujing, not only would he lose a portion of his Buddhist merit, it would also affect the rise of Buddhism. Tang Sanzang stopped talking. Traveling monk Huiyin nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Sha Wujing, who was in the chaotic whole, great firmament divine light. Sha Wujing, are you willing to convert to the 3 treasures and enter Buddhism to protect Venerable Sanzang on his journey to the West? Your disciple is willing. Sha Wujing didn't dare to refuse. If he didn't, that long-mouthed and big-eared monk would kill him. Very good. Beiji, let him go. Zhu Beiji snorted and glanced at Sha Wujing. Since this guy was going to become Tang Sanzang's disciple in the future, it wouldn't be good for him to kill him. He retracted the divine light around him and turned to leave. Sha Wujing landed on the mountain rock and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, under the guidance of traveling monk Huiyin, he became the monk's disciple. At the same time, he returned Tang Sanzang's 9 lives golden body and received his precepts. Since then, Tang Sanzang's original group of 5 was gathered. After Sha Wujing became Tang Sanzang's disciple, Qin Feng clearly felt that the gathering of tribulations ahead of him was getting more and more majestic. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on his heart. During these days, as he walked more and more paths, Qin Feng's understanding of the journey to the West became deeper and deeper. He vaguely sensed that this journey to the West wasn't just a journey to the heavens, but also a path of Tao validation. This path would probably gather everyone's tribulation of man before they reached Tao validation. However, he could imagine that if they passed through it and obtained the huge luck of the journey to the West, there would be someone among them who would immediately reach Tao unification after reaching the Tempest Temple. Of course, the most likely person would be the monkey. The monkey was a Tao lord who cultivated the great Tao of strength. He had already entered the 3rd step. Once he passed the 4th step, he would be able to reach Tao unification soon. After crossing the Quicksand River, the group continued on their journey. After several waves of gold-plated cultivators died, The remaining cultivators in the blessed lands and grotto heavens probably knew that they couldn't take advantage of the journey to the west, so they didn't come to die. However, just as Qin Feng guessed, this journey to the west was also a path of Dao validation for the various Dao lords. There were more than 4 Dao lords who cultivated the great Dao of strength, the great Dao of devouring, the great Dao of poison, and the great Dao of water. Many powerful Dao lords were already tempted by the existence of such a natural great Dao. With the help of a journey to the west, this was the best time to get rid of their Dao enemies. Along the way, there was wind, frost, snow, and rain, and there was a lot of trouble. Many immortals and gods sent their methods and called it a test. Some time ago, the 4 sages of Buddhism descended and made things difficult for everyone. Qin Feng, Tang Sanzang, the monkey, and Sha Wujing were fine. However, Zhu Beiji was caught red-handed by the 5 decay of heaven and man. The lust of the 5 essences and 6 desires swelled tremendously. He was embarrassed and suffered a lot. Along the way, in the middle of winter, they finally entered the 5th manor of the Longevity Mountain at the intersection of the east and west. Chapter 1350. Have Tang Sanzang and his disciples arrived? They've already arrived at the Longevity Mountain of Wu Zhuang Temple. Then get ready to make a move. Are we really going to attack that person? Don't worry. We're only in charge of this section. There will naturally be people above us. In the dark, in a grotto heaven, a few mysterious half-step golden immortals conspired for a moment before dispersing and preparing to launch their respective hidden trump cards. The mountains were extremely steep, and the general momentum was lofty. It was connected to the Kunlun Mountains, and it reached the sky. Every time the white crane came, it would perch on the cypress tree, and the black ape would hang on the vine. The sun shone on the clear forest, and thousands of red mists surrounded it. The wind blew, and thousands of colorful clouds flew. The birds chirped in the bamboo, and the golden pheasants fought among the wildflowers. After passing the quicksand river, it was already midwinter in the forest. In the middle of winter, they could still see the beautiful scene of spring. The master and disciples were in a much better mood. Tang Sanzang even let his horse run between the bamboo forest and the sea of bamboo. Behind him, Monk Sha carried his luggage and walked as if he was flying. Qin Feng, Zhu Beiji, and Monkey could not stay idle. From time to time, they would fly at a low altitude to protect the monk. On both sides, Qin Feng and Zhu Beiji protected Tang Sanzang on each side to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Sanzang on the horse. At this moment, Tang Sanzang looked younger and younger. After fusing with the 9 lives golden body, Tang Sanzang's resistance to the 5 decay of the celestial being was even stronger. He had even recovered a portion of his Buddhist light. A bit of immortal and indestructible spiritual light became purer under the 5 decay of the celestial being. The aura of the great Tao appeared and was unusually restrained. This seems to be the territory of the earth, immortal Tao, ancestor of Wu Zhuang Temple. Tang Sanzang suddenly spoke. Earth immortal Tao, ancestor? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the few half-step golden immortals changed slightly. Tang Sanzang swept his gaze across the expressions of his disciples and smiled. Speaking of which, that Earth Immortal Tao ancestor is my good friend. His Tao name is Zhen Yuanzi, and he is known as the Monarch. There's a unique treasure in that temple. It's a spiritual root that was produced when the primordial chaos and primordial chaos was formed. Alaosha, I've also heard that the item is called Chao Huandan, also known as ginseng fruit. It takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, another 3,000 years to ripen, and the first 10,000 years to be eaten. It seemed like in these 10,000 years, only 30 fruits had been produced. The appearance of the fruit was similar to that of a child who had not yet reached the age of 3 dynasties. It had all 4 limbs, and its facial features were salty. If one is fated to obtain the fruit and smell it, one can live for 360 years. If one eats it, one can live for 47,000 years. Monk Shah, who was carrying a pole, interrupted with his eyes lit up. You've heard of it too? Zhu Beiji looked at Lao Sha. When Lao Sha was in the heavenly court, he had seen this before. However, during the Queen Mother's birthday, the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor had sent a few up. I only took a look at them from afar, but had never eaten them. Monk Sha grinned. When Tang Sanzang heard this, he slowed down and spoke calmly. That ginseng fruit has a spirit root, but you don't know about another secret. That ginseng fruit tree can be said to be the supreme treasure of an Earth Immortal Tao ancestor. An item to attain the Tao. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He had some guesses in his mind. The monkey, old pig, and Lao Sha were all attracted. This is a secret of the world, but you're not outsiders. I'll tell you. Do you know why Jin Yuanzi is called an Earth Immortal Tao ancestor? I know. Rumor has it that he has a connate spirit treasure, the Book of Earth, and with it he understood the Tao of Earth Immortals. He opened his sect and became the ancestor of Earth Immortals. That's why countless Earth Immortals call him the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor. Old Pig said. He was also an old man among the immortals in the heavenly court. Unlike the Tao lords who came from small sects, he knew a lot about the secrets of the world. A connate spirit treasure. The monkey, Lao Sha, and Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The spirit treasures of the Eldritch continent were somewhat different from those of the Linghai continent. Perhaps it was because the Eldritch continent was of a higher grade, but the connate spirit treasures here were more precious than those of the Linghai continent, which was a low-grade continent. On the Linghai continent, connate spirit treasures that gave birth to connate indestructible spirit light could be called connate spirit treasures. The connate indestructible divine seal that evolved from the connate indestructible spirit light could be called a connate origin spirit treasure. However, on the Eldritch continent, the connate indestructible spirit light could only be called a connate spirit treasure. There were many such connate spirit treasures in the Eldritch continent. They were in the hands of golden immortal Tao ancestors or half-step golden immortal factions. Although they were precious, they were far inferior to connate spirit treasures. For example, Qin Feng's Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus was a connate spirit treasure. Only when the connate indestructible divine seal combined into a connate origin spirit treasure could it become a connate spirit treasure. Connate spirit treasures corresponded to a postnatal great Tao or connate great Tao. They were unique and limited. Connate spirit treasures were extremely precious. They contained a Tao origin spirit seed. Anyone who obtained and occupied the Tao seed would reach the heavens in a single step and save countless hours of cultivation. However, once a connate spirit treasure gave birth to a Tao origin spirit seed, it would be considered a Tao integration golden immortal. No one would covet it. Among the golden immortal Tao ancestors in the world, it was rumored that Shakyamuni Buddha and Earth Immortal Tao ancestors were Tao ancestors born from the connate spirit treasure's origin spirit seed. Earth Immortal Tao ancestors were formed from the connate spirit treasure's Earth Book origin spirit. They controlled the Tao of Earth. Qin Feng had also seen a connate spirit treasure. It was in the spirit sea realm. The Eldritch Dragon Gate was a connate spirit treasure that was born from a great Tao. The Eldritch Dragon Gate also gave birth to its own origin spirit. It had cultivated for countless years and was about to become a 16th level sovereign god, Tao ancestor. Tang Sanzang smiled and looked at everyone on the horse. You guys are quite knowledgeable. However, you're only partially correct. Apart from the connate spirit treasure, the Earth Immortal Fruit Tree is the most important thing to that Tao ancestor. It was also because of the Earth Immortal Fruit Tree that he was able to create the great Tao of Earth Immortals and gather boundless providence. He was honored as an Earth Immortal Tao ancestor. Earth Immortal Fruit Tree? Qin Feng's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Qin Feng was not the only one. Monkey, Old Pig, and Old Sam were also puzzled. Everyone knew that the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, was most famous for the ginseng fruit tree. However, they had never heard of the Earth Immortal fruit tree. The Earth Immortal fruit tree is the ginseng ancient tree. Tang Sanzang smiled. Others only know that the fruits of the ginseng ancient tree can increase one's lifespan and prevent some immortals from suffering the 5 decays of heaven and man. However, they don't know that the most precious thing about the ginseng ancient tree is that the fruits are condensed from the Earth Immortal bloodline's countless fortunes. The top few fruits can be said to be the Imperial Emperor fruits of the Earth Immortal bloodline. Any half-step golden immortal who obtains them will benefit immensely. Of course, there are only a few Earth Immortal Emperor fruits. However, apart from the Earth Immortal Emperor fruits, there are also many monarch fruits and deity fruits. That Earth Immortal Tao ancestor and I had a relationship before attaining the Tao. I presume that he won't be stingy when we visit him this time. Chapter 1351. A few days ago, the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor received an invitation from the Jade Pure Tao ancestor, inviting him to listen to a lecture on the innate eternal Tao fruit. There were countless loose immortals and Earth immortals under the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor. Now, he had 48 disciples, all of whom were Chuanjin cultivators. That day, he led 46 of them to listen to the lecture, leaving behind 2 young ones to watch over the house. One was called Qi Feng, and the other was called Mingyue. Qi Feng was only 1,320 years old, and Mingyue was only 1,200 years old. The Tao ancestor instructed the 2 children, "Don't go against the great heavenly venerable's invitation. Go to Mi Luo Palace to listen to the lecture. You 2 stay at home and listen carefully. Soon, an old friend will pass by, but don't neglect him. You can eat 2 of my ginseng fruits to show your old friendship." The 2 children said, "Who is Master's old friend? Please tell me, and I will receive him well." The Tao ancestor said, "He is a holy monk under the Tang of the East. His Taoist name is Sanzang. He is a monk who went to the Western Paradise to pray for scriptures." The 2 children smiled. Kong Zun, different Taoists cannot work together. We are from the Tai fantasy sect. How do we know that monk? The Tao ancestor said, "How did you know? That monk is the reincarnation of the golden cicada, the 5th Buddha of the West. He is now the 3rd disciple of the Gautama Buddha. Before attaining Tao, I met him at the Orchid Basin Festival. He personally passed me tea and discussed Tao. The Buddha respected me, so he is an old friend." The 2 children listened and obeyed his master's orders. Before the Tao ancestor left, he exhorted, "My fruits are limited. Only 2 of them are allowed. Don't spend too much." Qing Feng said, "When the garden opened, everyone ate 2. There are still 28 under the tree. I don't dare to spend too much." The Tao ancestor said, "Although Sanzang is an old friend, you must guard against his subordinates. Don't alarm them." The 2 children accepted the order. The Earth Immortal Tao ancestor ascended with his disciples and headed for the heaven realm. Ever since Tang Sanzang and the others entered the Longevity Mountain, they were free. This was the Tao ancestor's place. Although there were spiritual beasts here, no one dared to be impudent. Before this day, they arrived in front of a Taoist temple. The temple was filled with trees and trees. There was an endless stream of spiritual beasts. The gate was wide, and the Tao ancestor, Immortal Mansion, a Taoist family that lives as long as the heavens. When Tang Sanzang saw the couplet, he immediately jumped off his white horse. With Zhu Beiji by his side, Mengsha hurriedly went forward to support him. This is the Taoist temple of the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi. Qin Feng's expression turned slightly solemn. The few of them were looking forward to it. Previously, Tang Sanzang had told them about the benefits of the Earth Immortal fruit tree. That was true luck. They didn't expect to obtain an Earth Immortal Emperor, Tao, Immortal Realm, 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 Tao, immortal realm was a decent reward. The impatient monkey was already somewhat impatient. After hearing about the wonders of the earth immortal fruit, his heart had long been itching uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but knock on the door. Not long after, two children hurriedly walked out from inside. These two children looked like they were 11 or 12 years old. Both of them had a clear aura lingering around them. Their hair was tied up in a bun on top of their heads. Their Taoist robes were natural, with feathered sleeves and a tight belt around their waists. Their feet were lightly entwined with rays of light. Their elegant demeanor was refined, making people look up to them. The two of them looked at each other and scanned the disciples in the field. Finally, their gazes landed on Tang Sanzang as a strange light flashed in their eyes. They bowed slightly. "May I ask if you are the great Taoist master from the Eastern lands?" Although the two children's etiquette was not light, it was inevitable that there was a trace of arrogance between their brows. This scene made the four half-step golden immortals feel slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. "Greetings, immortal children. This humble monk does not have the title of great Taoist master. This humble monk is just a mortal monk. I wonder if the Tao ancestor is at home?" Tang Sanzang was also very polite. In the past, although he had a friendship with the great immortal Zhen Yuan, the other party was now a Tao ancestor. His status was far from what a Buddha of the past could reach. Tang Sanzang did not blame him for anything. Seeing that Tang Sanzang was polite and did not put on airs at all, the two children's expressions relaxed slightly. Among them, the bright moon immortal child smiled and said, "Venerable Sanzang is too polite. Unfortunately, a few days ago, my master was invited by the primordial Lord of Heaven to listen to the primordial chaos Tao fruit at the Supreme Clear Palace. However, before my master left, he calculated that Venerable Master would pass by the fifth manor of the Longevity Mountain. So he specially ordered the two of us to welcome you here. Now that the meditation room has been tidied up, Venerable Master, please." After some pleasantries, the two children welcomed the monk and the rest into the Taoist temple. The group was led into the main hall. The two children served fragrant tea and a few plates of spirit fruits. Their etiquette was also very considerate. This made the monkey, old pig, old sand, and Qin Feng's expressions relax a lot. The atmosphere was warm, and it was inevitable that they would say a few more words. However, when the lanterns were lit, they did not mention the earth immortal sacred fruit at all. For a moment, the monkey's heart was itching, and he hesitated a few times. The monkey's heart was already restless. On the journey to the west, the 5 decays of the celestial being had descended. It was difficult to control his desires, and his inner fire was burning. At the side, Qin Feng, Zhu Beiji, and Monk Shao were calm. Although the 5 decays of the celestial being had descended, not all of the 5 accumulations and 6 poisons had erupted. It only focused on one aspect. For example, the monkey's heart was hard to control. Old Pig's lust was inflated and he was lazy. Old Sand's evil thoughts were strong and his ferocity was hard to control. Every time a demon charged over, he would not be able to control himself and would kill abnormally to fill his evil thoughts. Although Qin Feng was also entangled by the 5 decays of the celestial being, it was probably because he was the ancestor of the mental demons and had the body of a Buddha. His performance in all aspects was not obvious. Moreover, only his desire for good food was more obvious. At least he did not make a fool of himself. On this point, he was no different from Tang Sanzang. Seeing that the two children were chatting with Tang Sanzang and did not have the intention to take out the earth immortal Tao fruit to entertain them, the group of people felt bored. Old Pig could not help but find an excuse and run out of the main hall. Old Sand also said that he was going to herd the horses and took the opportunity to leave the main hall. Qin Feng and the monkey could clearly see that the two children were not prepared to take out anything good to entertain them. Since they were unwilling, they might as well not ask for a rebuff and found an excuse to leave. That earth immortal Tao ancestor is really a Tao ancestor in vain. He did not expect us 4 half-step golden immortals to come. It's fine if he did not take out anything good to entertain us, but he still has to be so secretive. How petty. How boring. The two of them had just left when they heard Old Pig grumbling outside. I'm afraid that Earth Immortal Tao Ancestor only has eyes for Master, the protagonist of the journey to the West, the future Buddha. Or we half-step golden immortals to him. We're just ants. Old Sand was under the tree, his unlucky face full of indignation. Qin Feng's face flickered with a trace of helplessness. He was happy for nothing. The master and disciples had thought pretty well, but they did not expect that Earth Immortal Tao Ancestor to be so petty. However, they did not expect that after they left. The four of them saw fairy child Qing Feng pluck 2 fruits from the back mountain and was carrying them to the main hall. When he passed by the empty hall, he saw the 4 half-step golden immortals in front of the hall. He sneered, and a trace of arrogance flashed in the corner of his eyes. He then entered the main hall. He did it on purpose. For a moment, the 4 of them did not look good. Brat, how dare you look down on me, old son? The monkey's eyes flickered fiercely, and his face was as gloomy as the rain. He was the great sage, heaven's equal. Even when he was in the heavenly court, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor did not dare to look down on him. The past events of the past surged into his mind. Back then, the Queen Mother was the same. She left him out of the immortals and did not mention his name at the Immortal Peach Banquet. But what was the result? Book friends who are taking the college entrance examination tomorrow, I wish you good results in advance. All right, put down the pesticide temporarily. Chapter 1352. Seeing the anger in the monkey's eyes, Qin Feng was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Monkey, don't be rash. Kid, you can't meddle in my business." As soon as the monkey finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared into the void. Oh no, the great sage is going to get into trouble this time. Seeing the monkey suddenly disappear, Old Pig and Old Shaw's faces turned pale. This was the dojo of an Earth Immortal Tao Ancestor. If they got into trouble and provoked a Tao Ancestor, everyone here would have to die here. I'll go take a look. Qin Feng's expression also changed. If it was according to the original work, the Earth Immortal Tao Ancestor would probably skin a group of people after the monkey broke the Earth Immortal Fruit Tree. He flew towards the back mountain. After flying past several halls, he arrived at a garden. He took out the colorful rays of light that were endless. Rich immortal light bloomed, and the rich connate essence gushed out from the center of the garden like a fountain. The garden was colorful, and there were many spiritual flowers and herbs competing with each other. There were also many rare species. The Tao Ancestor's garden was extraordinary. Qin Feng's figure appeared in front of the garden. There was a strange look in his eyes as he scanned the garden. He felt a little strange. Logically speaking, the Tao Ancestor's garden was an important place and should have restrictions or divine beasts guarding it. Could it be that the Earth Immortal Tao Ancestor is too confident? Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light. That was also possible. Ordinary people wouldn't have the guts to cause trouble in a Tao Ancestor's dojo. Qin Feng's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the depths of the garden. In the center of the garden, Qin Feng saw the monkey's figure. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. In front of the monkey, there was a large tree in the middle. Its branches were lush and green, and its leaves were eerie. The leaves looked like banana leaves. They were more than 1,000 feet tall and had a circumference of 70 to 80 feet. There were many fruits on the tree, swaying and swaying. They were faintly discernible under the banana leaves. At a rough glance, there were probably thousands of them on the tree. What an Earth Immortal treasure tree! Qin Feng was shocked. Almost at the same time, Qin Feng and the monkey's gazes landed on the top 5 to 6 purplish gold ginseng fruits on the tree. There were many ginseng fruits on the entire earthly immortal treasure tree. However, they could be divided into several colors. White. White was the most common type. White ginseng fruits were the most abundant on the towering ancient tree. The number of light golden ginseng fruits was second only to the white ginseng fruit. Then there was the gold color. There were only a few dozen of them on the entire tree. The rarest ones were the purple gold ones. At a rough glance, there were only 4 or 5 of them, like stars surrounding the moon. One could tell at a glance that the purple gold ginseng fruit was the most precious. The white ginseng fruit should be an ordinary ginseng fruit. Pale gold, pure gold, and purple gold were the real karmic positions of heaven and earth condensed by the earth immortals. And the purple gold color should be the earth immortal emperor Tao seat of the earth immortal lineage. Monkey and Qin Feng looked at each other and smiled coldly. The two silhouettes disappeared from where they were, and in an instant they reappeared where they were. However, in an instant, 4 purple gold fruits disappeared from the tree. Take 2 back and let those 2 guys have a taste. Monkey looked at the purple gold ginseng fruit in Qin Feng's hand and chuckled dryly. Qin Feng looked at Monkey speechlessly. Looking at the remaining purple gold ginseng fruit on the earth immortal treasure tree, Qin Feng smiled slightly. The 2 of them then quietly left. As for whether stealing the fruit would offend the earth immortal Tao ancestor, the 2 did not care. Monkey had a backer. Qin Feng was not afraid. Since Monkey dared to steal, what was there to be afraid of? At most, he would return to the spirit sea realm. In the 33 heavens, in the depths of Mi Luo Palace, the earth immortal Tao ancestor was listening to the jade pure Tao ancestor talk about the eternal Tao fruit. However, he was suddenly awakened. Sensing that the earth immortal emperor Tao's seat on the earth immortal treasure tree had been taken, a trace of low anger flickered in his eyes. He hurriedly bid farewell to the jade pure Tao ancestor. The earth immortal Tao ancestor angrily left Mi Luo Palace 33 heavens with many disciples and headed straight for the 5th manor of the Longevity Mountain. Sensing Qin Feng and Monkey's actions, he wanted nothing more than to immediately return to the 5th manor to kill those 2 insolent ants who dared to challenge the Tao ancestor's dignity. However, halfway there, his face suddenly changed. Suddenly, the sky above his head was suddenly dyed with a trace of 7 colors. In the next moment, a terrifying hole was torn open and a leisurely 7-color divine light swept down. Everywhere it passed, everything was silent. It was peaceful and free, and all living things were liberated. Under the 7-colored brilliance, in just an instant, the 46 personal disciples behind the earth immortal Tao ancestor were all killed. Boom! In a moment of shock and anger, a mysterious light of the earth flew out from the earth immortal Tao ancestor's body. It was faintly discernible, and a dragon phoenix treasure book appeared in front of the earth immortal Tao ancestor, blooming with endless mysterious yellow divine light. The 7-colored divine light bombarded the mysterious yellow dragon phoenix treasure book. It was like a stone that stirred up thousands of waves. The Dragon Phoenix treasure book was none other than the innate spiritual treasure book of Earth that was born in the untainted land. Its defense was unparalleled. Even if the innate Tao ancestor deliberately launched a sneak attack with all his strength, it only dimmed the book of Earth's brilliance slightly. Nirvana Buddha, mother of all Buddhas, Zhuan-Ti, the Earth immortal Tao ancestor, seemed to have gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, and there was also a trace of fierceness in them. At this moment, the Earth immortal Tao ancestor's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a stream of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Without a sound, a skinny palm appeared in the void and formed a motionless fundamental seal in the universe. Then a claw came slowly. It was as if the Tao of the void had fallen. Under this claw, the gods of the myriad worlds had completely withered and withered. It was as if he saw the horrifying scene of all things in the world withering and the void universe's doomsday descending. Doom Buddha, Medicine Buddha, Glazed Light King Tathagata, and Zhen Yuanzi, what virtue and ability do they have to trouble 2 innate Buddhas to take action? The Earth immortal Tao ancestor's face was pale as he roared into the sky. With just a claw, The innate spiritual treasure Earth Book's spiritual light was completely suppressed. Moreover, his Yuan spirit brand in the innate spiritual treasure was greatly damaged. When the innate doomed Buddha suppressed the innate spiritual treasure, the innate nirvana Buddha once again took action. In the depths of a large hole above his head, a Taoist appeared. He wore white clothes around his waist, and there were decorative patterns on his clothes. He wore a light-sleeved heavenly robe, and his body was hazy. The inconceivable imprints of the supreme great Tao seemed to have materialized. He was so dignified that one couldn't look at him. The miraculous Bodhi tree in his hand swayed slightly, and another ray of seven-colored divine light swept out. The Earth immortal Tao ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, who was about to take action, suddenly felt his Yuan spirit go into a trance. His hands stopped moving, and his Yuan spirit gradually calmed down. It was as if he was about to fall into eternal silence and transcend into nirvana. In just 2 moments, this famous Earth immortal Tao ancestor was on the verge of collapse under the attacks of the 2 innate Buddhas. He was about to fall. Rumble. At this moment, the void universe trembled. A cold snort came from the depths of the 33 heavens. In the depths of the encompassing net palace, a white-robed Taoist with a dignified expression exuded a terrifying aura. In the void, countless voids were shattered and destroyed. A tri-jade Rui flew out like a stream of light and shattered a part of the miraculous Bodhi tree's 7-colored divine light. Chapter 1353. Amidst the 3-colored mystic light of the 3 precious jade scepter, the 7-colored divine light seemed to have been disintegrated. It was as if yin and yang had merged into one. It had form, but no battle. The Earth immortal Tao ancestor's primordial spirit, which was immersed in the 7-colored divine light, seemed to feel the tremors. It struggled slightly and wanted to wake up from its deep slumber. On the spirit mountain of Buddhism in the West. Seeing this, Kundi Buddha Mother smiled faintly. The Lord of Primordial Beginning, the jade-cleared Tao ancestor of Mi Luo Palace, had made a move within his expectations. Although the earthly immortal Tao ancestor was not a direct descendant of the 3 sects, he was still one of the Tao ancestors of the Xianmen sect. Especially the earthly immortal Tao ancestor created the earthly immortal Tao ancestor. It was located at the border between the West and the East, and its geographical location was quite important. As one of the first 4 Khanate Tao Fathers of the 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 Earth Immortals, there was no way he would allow Lady Kundi to kill them. Kundi Buddha Mother's eyes were somewhat deep. This Earth Immortal Tao ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, had to die today. Not only did this person obstruct the Tao of Buddhism, but the great Tao of Earth Immortals he created was also a huge threat to many Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors. However, Kundi Buddha Mother also knew that to kill a Tao ancestor who had merged with the acquired great Tao, like the earthly immortal Tao ancestor, at least a Khanate Tao ancestor who had reached the end of the Khanate or transcendence realm. Moreover, it only lasted for 3 to 4 seconds. Once the time passed, the remaining Tao ancestors who were caught off guard would react, and they would no longer have a chance to interfere. Naturally, the Buddhists would not have no means to counter the Jade, clear Tao ancestor's attack. In order to kill an Earth immortal Tao ancestor, at least 2 innate Buddhist ancestors would be needed, and in order to stop the Jade clear Tao ancestor, a 3rd innate Buddhist ancestor would be needed. Amipa. In the void, a Buddhist voice that seemed to contain infinite compassion appeared, shaking the billions of heavens. The Sanskrit voice sounded, and it seemed that the great path of the heavens shook violently, and the 3,000 great paths suddenly froze. A 12th rank golden lotus flew out of a yellow divine light. The intense golden lotus seemed to contain boundless merit that could shake the world. It slowly rotated and blocked the 3-colored jade Rui. Nirvana Buddha's first sneak attack was the first instant. Innate Doom Buddha's second instant was when he suppressed the innate spirit treasure Earth Book, and Jade Clear Tao Ancestor's rescue was blocked by the third innate Buddha in the third instant. In the heavens, the remaining Tao Ancestors were still alarmed. They were prepared to intervene and take over, sniping the Buddhist ancestors. However, in the next moment, the 3,000 great paths shook violently, and a huge sense of sorrow filled the air. It was as if the void universe had suddenly darkened, and the 3,000 great paths had suddenly broken. At this moment, countless cultivators who cultivated the earth immortal Tao suddenly felt their primordial spirits shake violently. Their earth immortal Tao fruits shook and their auras plummeted. Under the seven-colored divine light formed from the miraculous cleansing Bodhi tree, the soul core of the earthly immortal Tao ancestor had completely stepped into nirvana, and it silently collapsed like ice. It was like a withered tree that had lost all its vitality and suddenly transformed into powder. An earth immortal Tao ancestor had fallen. In the void, the miraculous Bodhi tree returned with the connate numinous treasure, the Earth Book. At this moment, in the heavens, all the Tao ancestors looked at the spirit mountain in the west with different expressions. Some were cold, some were gloomy, some were disdainful, and some were angry. Terrifying auras filled the heavens, as if billions of thunderclouds had shrouded the spirit mountain in the west, and endless lightning was about to descend and destroy the Buddhas on the spirit mountain. In the pure mountain, 3,000 Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and arhats were silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. The mighty Buddhist voice resounded in the boundless pure mountain, and in the void of billions of directions, even the anger of the Tao ancestors was temporarily dispelled. Without a doubt, the Buddhist sect had won this round by half. The Tao ancestors were helpless. The fall of the earth immortal Tao ancestor was a foregone conclusion, and it was irreversible. After venting their anger, they could only retreat and think of other plans in the future. The three-colored jade Rui buzzed and trembled in the void unwillingly. After a while, it gradually followed the 33 heavens and returned to the 33 heavens encompassing palace. In the earth domain, following the fall of the earth immortal Tao ancestors in UNZ and the suppression of the connate spiritual treasure Earth Book, the Buddhist sect experts who had long been prepared rushed out of the western domain like ferocious tigers and rushed into the longevity mountain. They suppressed and converted many earth immortal cultivators with all their might. Taoism of the East reacted swiftly as well. Many Taoist lords of the three sects emerged to absorb the cultivators of the earth immortals lineage and gather the remnant fortune of the earth vein lineage. At the same time, they also attacked the Buddhist cultivators to prevent them from invading the East. As if there was a tacit understanding, the many branch sects of both sides controlled the battlefield in the area that was originally ruled by the Longevity Mountain. Murderous intent filled the air, and countless cultivators died in it. In the five-manor temple of the Longevity Mountain, only a few moments had passed from the Buddhist ancestors' sneak attack to the fall of the earth immortal Tao ancestor. Although the four half-step golden immortals, Monkey, Qin Feng, Old Pig, and Old Sand, had sensed something, they still had not recovered from the shock of the Tao ancestors' fall. But after a while, accompanied by a series of miserable wails, they immediately reacted. Several half-step golden immortals appeared in the five-manor temple. As soon as they appeared, they killed Qin Feng and Mingyu, stirring up a storm of blood in the five-manor temple. Then they went straight to the immortal fruit tree in the back mountain. The fate of the earth immortal lineage. The monkey, Qin Feng, Old Pig, and Old Sam were shocked, and then their eyes lit up. Their lips were dry, and their thoughts flickered with excitement. Fate was a necessary thing to attain the Tao. Now that the earth immortal Tao ancestor of the earth immortal lineage, Zhen Yuanzi, had fallen, the earth immortal treasure tree, where most of the fate of the earth immortal lineage gathered, was ownerless. It was a piece of juicy meat. The four figures flashed, and Qin Feng grabbed Tang Sanzang when he passed by. The next moment, they appeared in the back garden. His gaze swept across. His eyes turned cold. At this time, the back garden of the Five-Manor Temple was in a mess. Most of the spiritual roots had been plundered in an instant. Now, three figures appeared in front of the earthly immortal treasure tree. They were three Tao lords. One of them was surrounded by a murderous aura. He was a Tao lord who cultivated the earthly fiend Tao. As for the other two, one of them was a great Tao lord who had rich Taoist rhymes manifested from the earthly immortal Tao. He seemed to have cultivated the earthly immortal Tao and should be one of the few remaining earthly immortal Tao lords in the Five-Manor Temple. The other one had a rich aura of endless Yin virtue. He was a Tao lord who cultivated the Yin virtue Tao of the Khanate Five Virtues Tao. He should have been born in the netherworld. The three of them were guarding each other and were wary of each other. No one dared to directly go forward to take the earthly immortal treasure tree, for fear of leaving an opening and allowing the other two Tao lords to attack them together. The three Tao lords were also very decisive. After sensing the fall of the earthly immortal Tao ancestor, they immediately rushed into the Five-Manor Temple, wanting to seize the treasure of fate of the earth immortal lineage, the earthly immortal treasure tree. Qin Feng and the other three appeared with Tang Sanzang, causing the three Tao lords' expressions to change drastically. Let's get rid of these three guys first. We'll each take 20% of the earthly immortal treasure tree. How about the five of us comprehend it together? The monkey's cold voice sounded. Agreed. Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The earthly immortal treasure tree contained most of the earthly immortal lineage's fate. 20% was not a small amount. Moreover, Qin Feng knew that it was impossible to monopolize the earthly immortal treasure tree. All right, Old Pig and Old Sand replied at the same time. Kid, you protect the monk. I, Old Sun, will deal with the earthly immortal Tao Lord. Old Pig will deal with the netherworld's Yin virtue Tao Lord, and Old Sand will deal with the earthly immortal Tao Lord. With the three of us working together, we'll end the battle in 10 seconds. The monkey's gaze fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded his head slightly and retreated to Tyrant's side, protecting the monk who was still in a daze. Seeing this, the monkey, Old Pig, and Old Sand looked at each other with burning, killing intent. Almost simultaneously, they attacked the three Tao lords. Chapter 1354. Boom! A faint golden rod streaked through the void, and the auspicious cloud above Tao, Lord Malevolent Earth's head, that was formed from the three flowers and five cheese, were instantly shattered before it arrived. In his shock, his figure in midair was completely shattered as well. Just like the shattered void in all directions. As a Tao Lord, Monkey was undoubtedly the one with the strongest combat strength. Ordinary Tao lords were like ants in his hands. In just an instant, Tao, Lord Malevolent Earth's Tao, body and essence spirit, were shattered into ashes. The might of the Khanate Great Tao of Power was terrifying. The moment Tao, Lord Malevolent Earth died, the Earth Immortal Tao, Lord followed in his footsteps. From mighty beams of black light tore through the air. Under the four Khanate poison sword embryos, the Tao body and essence spirit of the Earth Immortal Tao Lord were slashed by the poison sword beams and turned into a pool of thick liquid that vanished. When he saw that, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Monkey, Old Sand, and Old Pig were clearly not ordinary Tao Lords. All of them had walked out of slaughter and were extremely proficient in killing methods. There was no need to talk about Monkey. He claimed to be the great sage, heaven's equal, and fought against the immortals and gods of the heavens, charging out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood that the heavenly courts surrounded. Old Pig was the marshal of the heavenly river navy in the past, and his reputation was not undeserved. He fought through billions of voids and survived the endless wars in the outer realms. Furthermore, He climbed from an ordinary heavenly river, heavenly soldier to the position of marshal. That was enough to prove his capabilities. Although Old Sand was not as strong as Monkey and Old Pig, his poison Great Tao was extremely strange. This was especially so because he had another great opportunity. In the outer realm chaos, he obtained 5 connate 5 elements sword embryos and used the 5 elements to condense the 5 types of connate poison. Although only 4 of the 5 types were formed, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. This was especially so when the 5 poisons were combined into a 5-poison immortal eradication formation. Even Tao ancestors would be injured by the 5 poisons if they were to fall into it. In all seriousness, Monkey should be considered a first-rate Tao lord among the Tao lords, while Old Pig and Old Sand could be considered second-rate. As for Qin Feng, he estimated that his combat strength could barely enter the peak of second-rate and was still slightly inferior to first-rate. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 half-step golden immortals were dead. However, the expression of the remaining half-step golden immortal who cultivated the connate virtue Great Tao changed. With a flash of black light, he transformed into countless black gas and flew out of the longevity temple. The fall of the other 2 half-step golden immortals had completely frightened him. You want to run? No way. Zhu Beiji could not allow this Tao Lord to escape. If he did not remove the roots of the weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. This scourge cannot be left alive. Zhu Beiji sneered. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide. A boundless suction force swept out from his mouth, and all the black smoke was sucked into his mouth like a tidal wave. The suction force grew stronger and stronger, and a moment later, he actually transformed into a huge black and white chaotic hole. This is going too far. Tao Lord Shade Virtue let out a furious roar, and a surge of extremely powerful divine power emerged from one of the streams of black mist. A divine sovereign appeared, radiating dazzling divine light, and the illusory image of an enormous divine kingdom seemed to be floating within the divine light in his mind. A virtuous golden seal appeared in his hand, suppressing the billions of voids and allowing him to stand firmly on the spot. At the same time, a beam of golden light struck Zhu Beiji's chaotic great firmament divine light. It caused all kinds of changes. A divine sovereign of the divine Tao. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. In the journey to the west, there were several types of immortals, and the main ones were heaven, earth, mortal, god, and ghost. Among them, divine sovereigns corresponded to half-step golden immortals above the Tao of immortals. In the heavenly court, there were many who cultivated the Tao of immortals, especially after the ancient investiture of the gods. The Tao of immortals mainly relied on the power of incense and faith. It was extremely difficult to cultivate with the power of incense and faith, and there were less than 100 great Taos. However, each of the 3,000 great Taos could be proven, and it was still a path. In particular, the Tao of immortals had some extraordinary advantages in certain aspects. Many immortals were virtuous, and fate gathered on their bodies, but their combat strength was not necessarily strong. However, if they were killed, it would greatly damage their own fate and affect their cultivation. Ordinary half-step golden immortals would rather fight the most powerful half-step golden immortals of the heavenly immortal lineage than fight such divine Tao half-step golden immortals. Zhu Beiji was also aware of this. His expression darkened, and 2 beams of divine light flew out from his body. The void changed, and they turned into 2 majestic auras, one black and one white. A huge connate Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. Qin Feng, Monkey, Lao Sha, and the other half-step golden immortals could clearly see that there were 2 pearls in the center of the black and white. One of them was the connate Dharma treasure, the Grandine pearl, that he snatched back after devouring Gao Tsuan. The other one was emitting red light, and it was extremely hot. It was clearly a pearl of the yang attribute. However, it did not look as strong as the connate. The yin and yang qi flowed, forming a huge treasure map. The yin and yang qi separated, devoured, and sealed, trapping the divine Tao, divine Lord within, and wearing him down layer by layer. The divine Lord took out a treasure seal and attacked continuously, but it was useless. The devouring great Tao countered the connate great Tao of yin virtue. In addition, Zhu Beiji's experience in controlling supreme divine powers was far beyond the divine lords. Qin Feng looked at the two pearls that manifested as yin and yang. It was clearly Zhu Beiji's natal spiritual treasure. This natal spiritual treasure and his natal spiritual treasure, the Tower of Stars, had similar effects. Not only could it help the host withstand the tribulation of heaven and earth, but could also be baptized by the great Tao of heaven and earth, becoming a Tao affirmation spiritual treasure. It was a first-class offensive spiritual treasure. However, I'm afraid my natal spiritual treasure will have to be refined again. Thinking of the past, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The moment the natal spiritual treasure appeared, the power of the chaotic great firmament divine light skyrocketed, turning into a huge black and white taiji diagram that enveloped the void. A moment later, the divine lord was sealed and turned into a scroll that entered Zhu Beiji's hand. As a divine lord above the Tao of yin virtue, he had countless yin virtues. Even Zhu Beiji did not dare to kill such an existence easily. He could only seal him. In the future, when he succeeded in his cultivation, or when Tang Sanzang, Monkey, and the others attained their Tao, he could use the supreme Buddhist Dharma to purify him. In 3 seconds, the 3 divine lords were killed or suppressed by Monkey, Qin Feng, Zhu Beiji, Lao Sha, and the others. At this time, Tang Sanzang also came to his senses. He guessed that Zhun Yuanzi, the Earth Immortal Tao ancestor, had died. For a moment, he was in a daze. With the 3 half-step golden immortals removed, Qin Feng, Monkey, Zhu Beiji, and Lao Sha's eyes fell on the remaining earthly immortal treasure tree in the garden. Their eyes shone brightly. The fate of the Earth Immortals. Most of it was here. The 4 of them knew very well that if they obtained this treasure tree, the chances of any one of them attaining Tao would increase by at least 10%. 10% was not to be underestimated. The 4th step of Tao integration was like an army crossing a single plank bridge. Half-step golden immortals were rare, but there were many in the 3 sects in Buddhism. Since the primordial age, there were not many experts who had reached the Tao Lord level, but there were definitely many. However, less than 1 in 10,000 existences could attain Tao integration in the end. A 10% increase in the chances of attaining Tao was equivalent to a 10% increase. That was a terrifying increase. The atmosphere among the 4 was a little tense. In front of such a precious treasure, even fellow disciples of the same sect might raise their butcher's knife. Moreover, the 4 of them were not from the same sect and had only known each other for less than half a year. Their expressions were cold, and their gazes were obscure. No one was willing to give up. Monkey, Old Pig, and Lao Sha were unwilling to give up. Qin Feng was even more unwilling to give up. If he could obtain the fate of this earthly immortal treasure tree, coupled with the fate of the various worlds under the creator space, his chances of attaining Tao would be much higher than Monkey and Tang Sanzang after the journey to the West Heavenly Path. In an instant, a terrifying atmosphere spread in the garden. Chapter 1355. Monkey, Old Pig, Old Sand, I can see that all of you need the help of Providence. Qin Feng was the first to speak after a moment's thought. As soon as he spoke, the other 4 looked over. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Of course, I need Providence too. However, we are all in the same boat after all. We have to support each other in order to have a chance to walk the journey to the West together. As soon as he said that, the Monkey, Old Pig, and Old Sand's eyes flickered and the hostile atmosphere gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Qin Feng spoke again. Of course, We could divide the earthly immortal's precious tree into 5 parts, and each of us will have 20%. However, this will be of little use to us, and I believe that all of you do not want to do that. The monkey, old pig, and old Sand's eyes moved, and they looked at each other. Of course, they did not want to do that. The earthly immortal's precious tree was the ultimate treasure of the earth immortal lineage. If it was divided, not only would the earthly immortal's precious tree lose its ability to continuously gather the providence of the earth immortal lineage, but the 20% would also be lost along with the division of the earthly immortal's precious tree. Qin Feng looked around and smiled. Since everyone agrees with me, I have a suggestion. Why don't we seal the earthly immortal's precious tree into the monk's body and set a rule that whoever reaches the 4th step of the half-step golden immortal realm first will borrow the tree to break through to the path integration stage. What do you think of this idea? The monkey, old pig, and old Sand's expressions changed. The 4 of them pondered. This suggestion was obviously biased towards the monkey and Tang Sanzang. Firstly, the earthly immortal's precious tree was sealed into the monk's body. This would be extremely beneficial for the monk to withstand the 5 decay of heavenly man. With the providence of the earth immortal lineage, the monk would be able to recover his cultivation with half the effort. Secondly, the monkey. The monkey was about to reach the path integration stage and would most likely be the first to do so. The monkey would undoubtedly benefit the most. However, strictly speaking, Old Pig and Old Sand would not lose out. Now that the monk was their master, they were destined to join the Buddhist sect in the future. Among them, if Tang Sanzang could make use of this opportunity to reach the Tao integration stage, the remaining experts of the Earth Immortal lineage would definitely join the lineage of the Buddha. As the Buddha's direct disciples, Old Pig and Old Sand would naturally gain some benefits. Rain and dew should be shared equally. In terms of losses, Qin Feng was probably the only one who had suffered a loss. However, this was hard to say. Before they reached the Great Thunderclap Temple, it was hard to say who would attain the Tao first. Although Monkey and Monk had such a great advantage, Qin Feng was not weak either. Now that he had a perfected second-step Tao foundation, he had almost deduced the true inheritance corresponding to the connate creation Tao seed. It wouldn't be long before he reached the perfected second-step Tao Lord. At this rate, he had already caught up to Old Pig and Old Sand. Before long, he would be able to catch up to Monkey. Everyone agreed. Qin Feng immediately took action. With a grab of his big hand, it was as if the void and the sky were under his grasp. The huge ginseng fruit tree and even the whole garden were grabbed out. Space-time power. Monkey, Old Pig, and Old Sand remained expressionless when they saw this scene. However, their pupils shrunk as a trace of shock surfaced in their eyes. The power of space-time had always been a forbidden domain that only Tao ancestors could touch upon. Among the Tao Lords, very few could comprehend the magical use of space-time unless they were Tao Lords who comprehended the great Tao of space-time. In the Buddhist sect, although there were mighty figures who had created the supreme Buddhist Dharma, the Buddhist kingdom in a palm, they only touched upon the surface of the power of space-time. Qin Feng grabbed a huge piece of land and turned it into a space-time kingdom. This kind of magical power was far beyond the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. A blurry brilliance flashed and turned into a stream of light that penetrated Monk's glabella and entered the depths of Monk's glabella. Moments after the earthly immortal treasure tree disappeared, half-step golden immortals swept towards fifth manner one after another from the void. Monkey stood in the void and attacked continuously. Boundless ferocious power repelled many half-step golden immortals who had ulterior motives. Seeing that fifth manor had become a place of trouble, the 5 of them immediately decided to leave this place on the same day to avoid being involved in the huge storm that would follow. The master and disciples traveled day and night. In half a month, there were many disputes along the way, and they were often involved in inexplicable battles. However, with the protection of Monkey, Qin Feng, Old Pig, and Old Sand, the 4 half-step golden immortals, the journey was considered peaceful. After leaving the boundary of Fifth Manor of Longevity Mountain, as they left Longevity Mountain, the disputes gradually decreased. However, there were still many twists and turns along the way. The Corpse Demon and White Bone Spirit, the three demons on the Apricot Forest Road, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn on the Flat Top Mountain, and the Wuji country righteously helped the old king. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 years had passed. Over the past 4 to 5 years, they had experienced many hardships. Their expressions were less leisurely and more weathered by the hardships of life. On the mountain ridge, the 5 of them were resting. On a mountain rock, Cheen Fong, dressed in black, sat cross-legged on a huge rock and was breaking through. In these 4 to 5 years, he had finally completed the deduction of the cultivation method, running in, and even comprehended the true meaning of the postnatal Great Tao. The breakthrough was just around the corner. His body shook, and a pure, white light suddenly flew out of his primordial spirit. It was constantly changing, but it was also extremely ethereal and majestic. Everywhere he passed, on the withered and yellow mountain ridges that were on the verge of winter, numerous strands of vitality actually appeared. Yellow leaves fell to the ground, pale green shoots bloomed from the branches, and small grasses broke through the soil, revealing signs of vitality. It nourished all things, and the creation was born on its own. This was the connate Tao fruit of creation that was sublimated from the postnatal water Great Tao. It could be called the 12th grade spirit sea creation auspicious cloud. This was the highest Tao fruit that was fully manifested from the Great Tao law. Then it suddenly spun, and as the Great Tao true meaning that was analyzed by the Master God Space in his body entered the depths of the auspicious cloud, the originally obscure auspicious cloud suddenly had a mysterious and unusual change. More than 200 illusory postnatal great Taos of water, thunder, earth, yin and yang, 9 palaces, and so on appeared in the auspicious cloud, and finally returned to the mystery of creation. The auspicious cloud spun faster and faster, and more smoothly, as if the previously obscure place had finally been completely smoothed out. Gradually, the 12th grade spiritual sea auspicious cloud of creation became closer and closer to the connate creation Great Tao. At the moment when it was the closest to the connate creation Great Tao, in an instant, there seemed to be a streak of light that entered the depths of the connate creation Great Tao. The 12th grade spiritual sea auspicious cloud of creation suddenly lit up to the extreme and turned into something that looked like a seed but wasn't a seed. Tao seed. This was a great Tao phenomenon that would only be born when one's great Tao reached an extremely high level. Then, this Tao seed suddenly expanded and turned into a vast, primeval, ancient, and grand auspicious cloud again. It spun slowly and looked extremely ordinary. However, in the eyes of the monkey, old pig, and old sand, it was as if they saw the origin of the connate creation Great Tao. It was as if the Great Tao had descended, mysterious and fascinating. The second step's perfected Tao foundation is completed. The monkey's eyes flashed with envy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.